Most videos throw random facts at you without context. This one doesn't. Every fact here has been picked for a reason, because it's real, rare, and worth knowing. No fake hype, no slow build-up. Just solid information you probably haven't heard before, delivered straight. If you're here to learn something that actually sticks, let's get right into it. A teaspoon of neutron star material weighs over 1 billion tons due to its extreme density. Neutron stars form from the collapsed cores of massive stars after a supernova. Their matter is so compressed that a single cubic centimeter can weigh about 400 million tons. This density results from atomic nuclei being packed tightly with neutrons under immense gravitational pressure. Glass is an amorphous solid, but it does not flow over centuries at room temperature. The common belief that medieval window panes are thicker at the bottom due to glass flowing over time is a myth. The uneven thickness is actually the result of historical glass-making methods, which produced glass with variable thickness that was often installed with the thicker side down for stability. In March 2000, an iceberg approximately the size of London broke off from the Antarctic ice shelf. This calving event occurred near the Ross Ice Shelf and was tracked by satellite imagery. Large icebergs like this can measure hundreds of kilometers in length and play a role in ocean circulation and sea level dynamics. Astronauts are unable to whistle inside spacesuits due to the low air pressure within the suit's internal environment. Whistling requires controlled airflow and pressure differences between the lungs, mouth, and lips. The pressurized atmosphere inside a spacesuit restricts this airflow, making whistling physically not impossible, but very difficult during extravehicular activity. Benin, a country located in West Africa, holds the world's highest rate of twin births. While the global average for twin births is approximately 1.3%, Benin's rate stands at roughly 3%. This unusually high rate is especially notable among the Yoruba ethnic group, where genetic factors and diet, particularly cassava, may contribute to the increased frequency of twin pregnancies. Around 41,000 years ago, during a geomagnetic reversal known as the Lachamp event, Earth experienced widespread auroras. The weakened magnetic field allowed solar particles to penetrate deeper into the atmosphere, producing visible auroras at low latitudes. These light displays, similar to the northern and southern lights, may have been seen globally. On Neptune and Uranus, high atmospheric pressure and temperatures cause carbon atoms to crystallize into diamonds. At depths of several thousand kilometers, methane breaks down, and carbon compresses into solid diamond structures, which may fall like rain through the ice giant's atmosphere. This phenomenon has been supported by laboratory simulations replicating planetary conditions. The Moon is gradually moving away from Earth at a rate of approximately 3.8 centimeters per year. This is due to tidal interactions between Earth and the Moon, which transfer angular momentum. Over geological time, this drift has influenced Earth's rotation and the length of a day. The effect is measured using lunar laser ranging experiments. The observable universe is estimated to contain about 100 to 200 billion galaxies. Each of these galaxies typically hosts hundreds of billions of stars. This estimate is based on data from space telescopes like Hubble and observations of deep space fields. The actual number may be higher as more faint and distant galaxies remain undetected. Peregrine falcons can reach diving speeds of up to 240 miles per hour while hunting. This makes them the fastest animals in the world. They achieve these speeds by tucking in their wings and entering a stoop, a high-speed controlled dive used to catch prey mid-air, primarily birds in flight. Sound travels approximately 4 times faster in water than in air. In seawater, it moves at about 1,500 meters per second, compared to roughly 340 meters per second in air. This increased speed is due to water's higher density and elasticity, which facilitate quicker transmission of sound waves. Sunlight takes around 8 minutes and 17 seconds to reach Earth. Light travels at a constant speed of approximately 299,792,458 meters per second in a vacuum. Since Earth is about 150 million kilometers from the Sun, this delay reflects the finite speed of light. The speed of light in a vacuum is exactly 299,792,458 meters per second. This constant, denoted by the symbol c, is fundamental to physics and appears in equations such as Einstein's mass-energy equivalence formula, E equals mc squared. Each second, trillions of solar neutrinos pass through the human body. These neutrinos are nearly massless particles produced during nuclear reactions in the Sun's core. Despite their abundance, they rarely interact with matter, allowing them to travel through planets and stars almost undisturbed. Their detection requires highly sensitive underground detectors. Venus is the only planet in the solar system that rotates clockwise, or in what's called retrograde rotation. Venus rotates slowly in the opposite direction of most other planets. Venus takes about 243 Earth days to complete one rotation. For millions of years during the Proterozoic eon, Earth's oceans had a greenish tint. This was caused by high levels of iron and sulfur compounds in the water, along with low oxygen concentrations. The presence of iron reacted with dissolved gases, creating a chemical environment that influenced ocean color before widespread oxygenation began during the Great Oxidation Event around 2.4 billion years ago. Tardigrades, microscopic invertebrates discovered by Johann Goeze in 1773, survive outer space and extreme conditions. They endure temperatures from -328 Fahrenheit to 300 Fahrenheit, radiation 1,000 times human tolerance, and decades-long dehydration via cryptobiosis. Found globally from Antarctica to deep-sea trenches, these water bears have been studied since the 18th century for their resilience. There is a very rare condition called Anton syndrome, in which a person becomes blind but is unaware of it and will even deny it. Their brain will generate false visual images, so they continue to believe that they can see. Butterflies detect chemical stimuli using chemoreceptors located on their tarsi, or feet. This sensory adaptation enables them to assess the presence of sugars or toxins in plant surfaces before feeding. First described in monarch butterflies and other Lepidoptera during the 19th century, this mechanism aids in selective oviposition and nectar feeding, enhancing survival through efficient resource identification and toxin avoidance in flowering environments. Cumulus clouds, formed through atmospheric convection and condensation of water vapor, can weigh over 1 million pounds. A single cloud occupying 1 cubic kilometer may contain over 1 billion condensed water droplets. Meteorologists in the 20th century quantified this mass using droplet density and cloud volume estimates, calculating a weight equivalent to approximately 500 adult elephants, suspended in air by updraft and thermal buoyancy. Raindrops reach terminal velocities of approximately 18 miles per hour due to opposing air resistance. Droplets between 2 and 5 millimeters in diameter descend slower than larger ones, with shape and atmospheric drag limiting speed. This phenomenon was quantified in 1904 by physicist Philip Leonard, who studied droplet dynamics, contributing to the foundational understanding of fluid mechanics and meteorological precipitation behavior. Human blood completes one full circulatory loop in about 60 seconds, driven by the rhythmic contraction of the heart, which beats approximately 100,000 times daily. This circulatory function, measured at 5 liters of blood volume, was first described by William Harvey in 1628. The system consists of arterial, venous, and capillary networks that transport oxygen, nutrients, and waste throughout the body. The human brain produces an average of 20 watts of electrical power, sufficient to illuminate a small LED bulb. This continuous energy output enables electrochemical signaling among approximately 86 billion neurons. The activity was first recorded using electroencephalography, EEG, by Hans Berger in 1924. Neural communication depends on synaptic transmission and action potentials, forming the biological basis of cognition and sensory processing. The human circulatory system contains an estimated 60,000 miles of blood vessels, including arteries, veins, and capillaries. This length is sufficient to encircle the Earth more than twice. The detailed anatomy of this vascular system was first illustrated by Andreas Vesalius in 1543. These vessels distribute blood and oxygen to tissues, remove metabolic waste, and regulate systemic pressure across various organ systems. A global estimate conducted by Yale University in 2015 concluded that Earth hosts approximately 3 trillion trees. This number vastly exceeds the estimated 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, as calculated using Hubble Space Telescope data. The tree count includes boreal, temperate, and tropical forests, reflecting Earth's dominant terrestrial biomass and its central role in carbon cycling and oxygen production. Phytoplankton, photosynthetic microorganisms found in aquatic ecosystems, are responsible for producing between 50 and 85% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen. These unicellular algae utilize chlorophyll to convert carbon dioxide and sunlight into organic matter and oxygen. First studied in the 19th century, phytoplankton form the base of marine food webs and are essential to both biological carbon sequestration and planetary oxygen balance. Snails possess a specialized anatomical structure known as a radula, a chitinous ribbon lined with up to 15,000 microscopic teeth. This organ functions as a scraping tool, allowing species such as Cornu aspersum, also called common garden snail, to feed on algae and plant surfaces. Malacologists have studied radular morphology since the 1800s to understand gastropod feeding adaptations and phylogenetic classification. The Texas horned lizard possesses a rare ocular defense mechanism whereby it forcibly ejects blood from the ocular sinuses. The expelled stream, which can reach up to 1.5 meters, contains compounds that deter predators such as coyotes. This adaptation, documented in herpetological studies since the early 20th century, represents a physiological response combining vascular control and chemical defense. The skin of the hippopotamus secretes a red-colored substance known as hipposudoric acid. First chemically analyzed in the 1990s, this excretion functions as a natural sunscreen and antimicrobial agent. The compound absorbs ultraviolet radiation and inhibits bacterial growth, offering protective benefits in the animal's native freshwater habitats across sub-Saharan Africa. Despite its appearance, it is not blood-based. Happiness can trigger Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, known as broken heart syndrome. Intense joy releases adrenaline, weakening the heart muscle, mimicking heart attack symptoms. Identified in Japan in 1990 by Dr. Hikaru Sato, it often affects women over 50. Humans shed about 35 kilograms of skin over a lifetime, aiding indoor air purification. Dead skin cells, shed at 30,000 to 40,000 per hour, bind dust and pollutants. Research from the University of Copenhagen shows this reduces airborne particles. The stratum corneum, the skin's outer layer, regenerates every 10 to 30 days, supporting this process. The average person holds 13 secrets, impacting mental health. A 2017 study by Columbia University's Dr. Michael Slepian found secrets activate the prefrontal cortex, causing cognitive strain. Often about relationships or finances, secrecy increases stress, potentially leading to anxiety, based on data from over 1,000 participants. Babies are born with around 300 bones, fusing to 206 by adulthood. Ossification, completed by age 25, turns cartilage into bone, per Johns Hopkins University research. This strengthens the skeleton, with flexible infant bones aiding childbirth and skull fontanelles closing by age 2. Motor neurons can extend up to 4.5 feet. Located in the spinal cord, they transmit signals to muscles, with the longest reaching the toes. Neuroscience studies note axons, insulated by myelin, ensure rapid signal transmission. Damage to these neurons, as in amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, impairs movement, per research from the NIH. The stapes, the smallest human bone, measures 2.5 to 3.5 millimeters in the middle ear. It transmits sound vibrations to the inner ear, enabling hearing, per Gray's Anatomy. Part of the ossicular chain with the malleus and incus, it amplifies sound for auditory processing. Razor blades can dissolve in stomach acid within some days. Hydrochloric acid, with a pH of 1.5 to 3.5, corrodes thin steel, per University of Chicago studies. This acidic environment, meant for digestion, breaks down small metal objects, though ingestion risks perforation, requiring urgent medical care. About 1 to 2% of human genes come from bacteria, fungi, and viruses via horizontal gene transfer. Max Planck Institute research shows this ancient process shapes immunity and metabolism. For example, retroviral genes aid placental development, highlighting how microbial DNA, integrated over millennia, influences human biology. So if a virus can sneak into our DNA and stick around forever, surely you can let this channel sneak into your subscriptions. Hit that button before we evolve without you. The iconic Hollywood sign perched on the hills above Los Angeles originally read Hollywoodland when it was erected in 1923. It was constructed as a temporary advertisement for a new real estate development and featured 4,000 light bulbs. Over time, the sign deteriorated, and during a restoration effort in 1949, the city decided to remove the land, leaving just Hollywood to represent the entertainment industry. The superhero film Batgirl, originally planned for release in 2022, became the most expensive movie ever abandoned by a major studio. Warner Brothers had invested over $90 million into the project, reaching the post-production stage with principal photography already completed. Despite that, the studio chose to cancel its release entirely, citing strategic shifts and tax-related considerations rather than issues with the film's quality. Between 1912 and 1948, the Olympic Games awarded medals for architecture, painting, music, sculpture, and literature. Submissions had to be inspired by sport because nothing says peak physical endurance like competitive poetry. The events were discontinued when officials realized that most participants were professionals, violating the Olympic amateurism rule. The Groom of the Stool was an official royal appointment in Tudor England, most prominently under King Henry VIII. The role entailed assisting the monarch during defecation and maintaining related records. Established in the early 16th century, the office provided direct access to the king and considerable political leverage. Notably, Sir William Compton and others were knighted while serving in this role, underscoring its strategic importance at court. Between the 1940s and the 1970s, Yale University conducted a posture study in which incoming freshmen were photographed nude to evaluate spinal alignment and detect scoliosis. The project was part of a broader academic initiative led by Dr. William Herbert Sheldon and others, also carried out at Harvard and other Ivy League institutions. The medical justification was later questioned, as the program lacked clear consent protocols and produced limited usable data. Roman emperors such as Nero and Augustus reportedly practiced mithridatism, the gradual ingestion of sublethal doses of poison to build immunity. The method was named after Mithridates VI of Pontus, who used it to resist assassination attempts in the 1st century BCE. Ancient texts, including those by Pliny the Elder, reference the practice, though its efficacy remains debated. It presented complications during attempted suicides, when immunity delayed or prevented death by poison. Following the death of poet Percy Bysshe Shelley in 1822, his heart was removed after cremation and returned to his widow, Mary Shelley. The organ did not fully incinerate, likely due to calcification from tuberculosis. Historical accounts indicate she wrapped it in cloth and stored it in her writing desk. The heart was eventually interred with the couple's son in St. Peter's Church, Bournemouth, in 1889. Thomas Edison proposed hello as the standard telephone greeting in 1877 while testing his newly developed carbon microphone. Alexander Graham Bell had preferred the term ahoy, derived from nautical signaling. Edison's suggestion was published in a letter to the president of the Central District and Printing Telegraph Company. The greeting gained widespread adoption by the late 19th century, becoming the default opening for telephone communication globally. In 1843, Ada Lovelace published annotations on Charles Babbage's analytical engine, which included an algorithm designed to compute Bernoulli numbers. Though the machine was never completed, her work is regarded as the first published computer program. The notes, signed AAL, outlined loop structures and conditional logic, predating modern software theory by over a century. Lovelace's algorithm remains a foundational reference in the history of computing. In 1898, author Morgan Robertson published Futility, or The Wreck of the Titan, a novella describing the sinking of an unsinkable ocean liner after colliding with an iceberg. 14 years later, in 1912, the RMS Titanic met a similar fate. Both ships were described as lacking sufficient lifeboats and struck ice in April. While not predictive, the parallel details have drawn scholarly interest in probabilistic narrative coincidence. The first traffic light was installed in December 1868 outside the British Houses of Parliament. Designed by railway engineer J.P. Knight, the manually operated signal resembled a semaphore and was powered by gas. Less than a month after installation, a gas leak caused an explosion, injuring the police officer operating it. The system was discontinued, and traffic signal development paused until electric versions emerged in the 20th century. The Phoenicians developed Tyrian purple dye using the mucus of murex sea snails, requiring approximately 10,000 specimens to yield 1 gram of pigment. This process, dating to at least 1500 BCE, involved fermenting crushed mollusks under controlled conditions. The dye's durability and vibrant hue made it a symbol of elite status, particularly in Roman and Byzantine empires, where it was often reserved for imperial garments. Scientific observations suggest that snakes are highly sensitive to ground vibrations and low-frequency seismic waves, which they detect through their bodies and jawbones. In some cases, unusual snake behavior, such as increased activity or surfacing, has been reported before earthquakes, particularly in China and Japan. However, there is no scientific consensus that snakes can reliably detect seismic activity from great distances or predict earthquakes days in advance. Most evidence remains anecdotal, and further research is needed to confirm their potential as natural early warning indicators. Roy Cleveland Sullivan, a U.S. park ranger in Shenandoah National Park, Virginia, was struck by lightning on 7 separate occasions between 1942 and 1977. Each incident was documented, with Sullivan surviving all and earning a Guinness World Record for most lightning strikes survived by one individual. Meteorologists estimate the odds of this occurring at approximately 1 in 10 trillion, though atmospheric conditions in mountainous regions increase exposure. In Halberstadt, Germany, an organ performance of John Cage's As Slow as Possible began in 2001 and is scheduled to end in the year 2640. The piece includes century-long pauses and chord changes every few years. Earthen windows were installed to hear the music. If anyone remembers, it's still playing. Octopuses engage in extensive RNA editing, particularly in neural tissues, allowing them to modify protein production without altering their underlying DNA. This molecular mechanism, observed in multiple cephalopod species, enhances adaptability in variable environments, such as cold ocean waters. Unlike most animals, which rarely employ post-transcriptional editing on this scale, octopuses exhibit consistent, targeted recoding, especially in genes related to neural function and ion transport. The 2011 Tohoku earthquake in Japan, with a magnitude of 9.1, caused a redistribution of Earth's mass, shortening the planet's rotation period by approximately 1.8 microseconds. The quake resulted in over 15,000 confirmed deaths and triggered a tsunami and nuclear accident at the Fukushima Daiichi plant. Data from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory confirmed the shift using satellite geodesy and seismological models. Lake Superior, the largest of North America's Great Lakes, spans a surface area of roughly 82,000 square kilometers. That makes it larger than the entire land area of Scotland, which covers about 78,000 square kilometers. Uranus has an axial tilt of about 98 degrees, resulting in a near-horizontal rotation as it orbits the Sun. These anomalies likely stem from high-impact collisions during the early formation of the solar system, as suggested by planetary modeling studies conducted in the late 20th century. Killer whales exhibit unihemispheric slow-wave sleep, during which one cerebral hemisphere remains active while the other enters a rest state. They maintain mobility and breathing by swimming slowly in synchronized formations, surfacing for air at regular intervals. This sleep pattern has been documented in both wild and captive populations and is also observed in dolphins and certain bird species. The modern chainsaw was first developed in the late 18th century for surgical purposes. Scottish doctors John Aitken and James Jeffrey designed the device to perform symphysiotomies, a procedure that involved cutting through the pelvic bone to facilitate childbirth in cases of obstructed labor. The original design featured a hand-cranked chain with serrated teeth, preceding its adaptation into forestry and industrial applications. In the year 897, Pope Stephen VI convened the Cadaver Synod in Rome, where the exhumed body of Pope Formosus was placed on trial. The corpse was dressed in papal vestments, seated in a court, and charged with perjury and violating canon law. After conviction, the body was stripped of its garments and thrown into the Tiber River. This event remains a documented instance of ecclesiastical posthumous prosecution. The heart of a blue whale weighs approximately 400 kilograms and can reach a size comparable to a small automobile. Acoustic studies conducted by marine biologists have recorded the heartbeat from distances exceeding 3 kilometers owing to its low-frequency propagation. This cardiovascular scale supports circulation across the largest known animal species, with adults reaching lengths of over 25 meters. In Japan, cube-shaped watermelons have been cultivated since the late 20th century using rigid, transparent molds. The method was developed to facilitate efficient storage and display in retail settings. These melons are typically harvested before reaching full maturity, rendering them inedible. Despite limited practical use, they remain popular as novelty items and are frequently sold at premium prices in domestic and export markets. Butterflies, classified under the order Lepidoptera, possess compound eyes capable of perceiving ultraviolet light. This sensory capacity enables detection of patterns used in pollination and mating that are invisible to the human eye. Species such as the cabbage white and monarch butterflies rely on these UV patterns for flower identification and intraspecies signaling, a phenomenon studied extensively since the mid-20th century. The scent released by freshly cut grass is caused by green leaf volatiles, airborne compounds including aldehydes, alcohols, and esters. These molecules are emitted from injured plant tissues as a chemical defense mechanism. Research in plant physiology shows they serve multiple functions, attracting predatory insects to herbivores, signaling nearby plants to enhance defenses, and initiating internal responses such as tissue repair. The word robot originated from the 1920 play RUR by Czech author Karel Čapek. The term is derived from the Slavic root robota, meaning forced labor or drudgery. In the play, artificial humanoid workers are created to serve humans, eventually rebelling. The word entered the global lexicon as a general term for mechanical automation and synthetic labor. Octopuses, members of the class Cephalopoda, possess chemoreceptors on their arms, enabling chemical sensing through physical contact. More than 2/3 of their neurons are distributed within the arms, rather than centralized in the brain. This decentralized nervous system allows localized decision-making and complex motor coordination, as demonstrated in multiple behavioral studies conducted since the mid-20th century. Sloths, classified under the suborder Folivora, are capable of holding their breath for up to 40 minutes. This is achieved through a significant reduction in heart rate, often dropping by over 30 beats per minute while submerged. In contrast, dolphins typically surface for air every 10 to 15 minutes. The sloth's adaptation is linked to its low metabolic rate and semi-aquatic behavior in tropical rainforests. A parasitic fungus from the genus Ophiocordyceps infects carpenter ants, manipulates their motor functions, and compels them to ascend vegetation. After anchoring themselves to a leaf or branch, the fungus kills the host and emerges from the head capsule to release spores. During a rabbit hunt organized by Napoleon Bonaparte, a large group of domesticated rabbits intended for release overwhelmed the event by charging at the participants. According to several accounts, the animals were not properly dispersed, leading to an uncontrolled and unexpected confrontation. Seismic activity on the moon, referred to as moonquakes, has been recorded by seismometers installed during the Apollo missions. Some of these quakes reached magnitudes sufficient to fracture bedrock, with events lasting up to 10 minutes due to the moon's dry, rigid crust. Trees form symbiotic relationships with mycorrhizal fungi, creating underground networks often termed the Wood Wide Web. This system facilitates the transfer of nutrients, water, and chemical signals between individual plants, contributing to forest ecosystem resilience and communication. During the Second World War, the British Special Operations Executive developed an unconventional explosive device by filling rat carcasses with plastic explosives. The objective was to place these near enemy boilers, where they would detonate upon incineration. However, the operation was discovered before deployment. Sea otters exhibit a behavioral adaptation in which they hold forepaws while resting on the water's surface. This behavior prevents them from drifting apart due to tidal movement and maintains group cohesion during sleep. The human liver possesses a remarkable regenerative capacity. Clinical studies indicate that as little as 25% of a healthy liver can regenerate to full functional size, a capability attributed to the proliferation of hepatocytes and supportive stromal cells. DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is a highly compact data storage medium. Research has demonstrated that 1 gram of DNA can theoretically encode over 200 petabytes of digital information due to its molecular structure, enabling dense, stable, and long-term storage of binary sequences. The name M&M's originates from the surnames of its founders, Forrest Mars and Bruce Murray. The candy was first produced in 1941 through a partnership between Mars, Inc. and Murray, son of the Hershey executive. The collaboration ensured chocolate supply during wartime rationing. Each candy's hard shell allowed it to resist melting in high temperatures, a functional design for military use during World War II. Goldfish possess the cognitive ability to distinguish between human faces. A 2016 study by the University of Oxford and the University of Queensland demonstrated that goldfish could correctly identify individual human images with over 80% accuracy after repeated exposure. These fish are also capable of associative learning, enabling them to perform simple tricks through reward-based training protocols involving repetition and stimulus recognition. In ancient China, moldy soybean curds were used to treat skin infections and wounds. This practice dates back over 1,000 years and utilized fermented glycine max, which naturally produced antibiotic compounds. Though not chemically identical to penicillin, the technique shares similarities with the concept of harnessing mold to inhibit bacterial growth. It predated Alexander Fleming's discovery of penicillin by centuries, reflecting early empirical use of microbial agents in medicine. According to population estimates, there are more plastic flamingos than real ones in the world. The artificial model, originally designed by Don Featherstone in 1957, has become a widely manufactured lawn ornament. In contrast, global wild flamingo populations, across species like Phenacopterus roseus and Phenacopsis ruber, total under 5 million. Mass production of the synthetic version has surpassed the biological count, creating a notable reversal in real-to-fake species presence. A 2005 study published in the Journal of Experimental Biology found that honeybees can recognize and differentiate human faces. Researchers trained bees to associate facial images with rewards and documented that the insects processed faces using a configural mechanism similar to human facial recognition software. Tomatoes were historically classified as poisonous in parts of 18th century Europe due to their inclusion in the Solanaceae family, which also contains toxic plants such as deadly nightshade. The fruit, often called poison apples, was suspected of causing illness when consumed from pewter plates, where tomato acidity leached lead. The misconception persisted until widespread culinary adoption in the 19th century confirmed their edibility and agricultural value. According to Guinness World Records, the longest wedding veil measured over 23,000 feet, specifically 23,993 feet and 6 inches. This veil, worn by Maria Paraskeva in Cyprus in 2018, was nearly 400 times her height. The veil's length required significant logistical coordination and surpassed the previous record by several kilometers, setting a benchmark in textile length for ceremonial garments. A widely discussed theory in planetary science proposes that Earth once had 2 moons. This hypothesis, known as the double moon theory, suggests that a smaller satellite collided with the larger moon approximately 4 billion years ago. The impact is believed to have created the lunar highlands, known today as the moon's far side. The model remains hypothetical, but is supported by simulations and geochemical analysis of lunar rock asymmetry. The blobfish maintains structural integrity in deep-sea environments due to extreme external pressure. At depths exceeding 600 meters, its gelatinous body is neutrally buoyant without the need for a swim bladder. When removed from that pressure, its tissues deform, resulting in a collapsed, amorphous appearance. The species' external form is therefore a function of bathyal zone adaptation rather than its actual biological anatomy. Ray Tomlinson sent the first electronic mail in 1971 between 2 ARPANET-connected machines. He used the @ symbol to separate the username from the host, creating the standard email format still in use today. The content of the test message was nonsensical, something like QWERTYUIOP, and served only to verify functionality. Tomlinson's work marked the beginning of digital interpersonal communication. Following the 1994 Northridge earthquake in Los Angeles, emergency services received numerous reports of an unusual silver cloud seen in the night sky. This phenomenon was later identified as the Milky Way galaxy. Due to extensive urban light pollution, many residents had never seen it before. The temporary blackout allowed for rare visibility of celestial objects, highlighting the extent of artificial sky glow in metropolitan areas. The term D-Day does not refer to a specific word, but serves as a placeholder in military planning to denote the launch date of an operation. Used in Allied documentation as early as World War I, it gained prominence with the Normandy landings on June 6, 1944. In military scheduling, D marks the day, while preceding or following days are labeled as D- or D+. Birds do not urinate in the conventional mammalian sense. Instead, they excrete nitrogenous waste as uric acid, which is relatively insoluble and expelled as a white paste. This compound is combined with fecal matter and expelled through the cloaca. The adaptation conserves water, which is critical for flight-capable species, and results in the characteristic white droppings commonly seen on surfaces beneath bird perches. In the Middle Ages, it was widely believed that touching a toad would cause warts. This misconception likely arose from the presence of wart-like glands on the toad's skin, particularly the parotoid glands. Despite lacking scientific basis, the belief persisted for centuries and remains part of modern folklore. Warts are caused by the human papillomavirus and are not transmitted through amphibian contact. Certain species of starfish, such as Lynchia multifora, exhibit complete regenerative capabilities. If a single arm contains part of the central disc, it can regenerate into a full organism. This form of asexual reproduction, known as fissiparity, has been documented in both wild and laboratory conditions, particularly in tropical marine environments. The average human, based on a daily walking estimate of 8,000 steps and a lifespan of approximately 80 years, will walk a total of around 184,000 kilometers. This distance is roughly equivalent to circumnavigating Earth 5 times along the equator, which measures about 40,075 kilometers. Volatile aromatic compounds in vanilla, particularly vanillin, have been shown to activate the limbic system in the brain. Functional MRI studies indicate a neurological response associated with mood and memory regulation. This physiological effect is attributed to the olfactory pathway's direct access to the amygdala and hippocampus, bypassing the thalamus. Records from ancient Rome indicate the use of crushed mouse brains in dental care. This material was mixed with other substances to create early toothpaste formulations. The practice was documented in medical texts attributed to Roman physicians such as Scribonius Largus during the 1st century, reflecting limited knowledge of hygiene and microbial disease. The pistol shrimp generates a high-velocity snap by closing its claw, creating a cavitation bubble that reaches temperatures exceeding 10,000 Kelvin. This temperature is comparable to the surface of the sun. The phenomenon produces a shock wave strong enough to stun or kill nearby prey and has been studied for its potential in underwater acoustics. The English word rhythms is considered the longest common word without any of the 5 traditional vowels A, E, I, O, U. It consists entirely of consonants and the letter Y, which functions as a vowel in this context. The term is used in both musical and biological contexts and contains 7 letters. Saturn's moon Titan, first visited by the Huygens probe in 2005, has surface lakes composed primarily of liquid methane and ethane. These hydrocarbon reservoirs exist due to Titan's surface temperatures, which average approximately 94 Kelvin. The lakes are concentrated near the moon's polar regions and are part of a methane-based hydrological cycle. The Anglo-Zanzibar War occurred on August 27, 1896. Hostilities began at 9 in the morning and ended at 9:38, making it the shortest recorded war in history. The British forces bombarded the Sultan's palace, resulting in over 500 casualties on the Zanzibari side. British losses were limited to 1 wounded sailor. The sound effect used for Darth Vader's breathing in the Star Wars films was created using a scuba regulator. Sound designer Ben Burt recorded the noise by placing a microphone inside a diving mask and connecting it to a rebreather. The effect debuted in the original film, released in 1977. Sharks possess a cartilaginous skeleton composed entirely of connective tissue rather than bone. This anatomical structure is lighter and more flexible than osseous material, enabling buoyancy and agility. Species across the subclass Elasmobranchi, including great white and hammerhead sharks, demonstrate this adaptation, which distinguishes them from bony fish in the class Osteichthyes. In Japan, the Naki Sumo Festival involves sumo wrestlers holding infants and encouraging them to cry. The event is based on the traditional belief that a crying child is healthy and will be protected from evil spirits. The practice is centuries old and continues to be observed annually at temples such as the Sensoji Temple in Tokyo. Apples float in water due to internal air pockets, which make up approximately 25% of the fruit's volume. This characteristic results in a lower average density than water, causing buoyancy. The phenomenon is commonly observed during recreational activities such as apple bobbing. The original oranges, particularly the Southeast Asian variety known as Citrus reticulata, were green in color. These early cultivars maintained their chlorophyll pigmentation in warmer climates. The orange hue commonly associated with the fruit emerged through hybridization and exposure to cooler temperatures, which reduce chlorophyll levels and reveal carotenoid pigments. The Great Fire of London began on September 2, 1666, in a bakery on Pudding Lane. The fire lasted 4 days, destroying over 13,000 buildings, including St. Paul's Cathedral. Despite the extensive structural damage, only 6 deaths were officially recorded, although the actual number may have been higher due to undocumented casualties. On August 15, 1977, a radio signal later termed the "wow" signal was detected by Dr. Jerry R. Eman using Ohio State University's Big Ear radio telescope. The signal lasted 72 seconds and originated from the constellation Sagittarius. It has never been observed again and remains unexplained despite multiple subsequent search efforts. The term spaghettification refers to the theoretical process that occurs near a black hole's event horizon where tidal forces stretch matter into elongated shapes. This occurs due to the gravitational gradient between the object's near and far sides. The concept is derived from general relativity and has been described in academic works on black hole physics. Certain species of frogs, such as the wood frog, can survive sub-zero temperatures by entering a state of suspended animation. During winter, their bodies freeze, and metabolic activity ceases. They thaw in spring and resume normal function. This adaptation is facilitated by high concentrations of glucose and urea acting as cryoprotectants. Fred Bohr, the food scientist who developed the iconic Pringles can in the 1960s, requested that a portion of his ashes be buried in one after his death in 2008. His family honored the request, placing the can in the burial plot along with a traditional urn. The can was an original red Pringles container. The human stomach regenerates its epithelial lining approximately every 3 to 5 days. This rapid cellular turnover prevents the stomach from digesting itself, as gastric acid contains hydrochloric acid with a pH as low as 1.5. The mucosal barrier, composed of bicarbonate-rich mucus and tight junctions between epithelial cells, plays a critical role in maintaining the integrity of the stomach wall under constant chemical exposure. The original version of Monopoly, designed by Lizzie Magie in 1903, was called the Landlord's Game. It aimed to demonstrate the negative aspects of wealth concentration and monopolistic practices. The game contrasted two rule sets, one promoting cooperation and the other rewarding monopolies. Charles Darrow later commercialized a modified version through Parker Brothers in 1935, removing the original socio-economic critique. The number of possible legal chess positions is estimated to exceed 10 to the power of 120, a figure known as the Shannon number. By contrast, estimates place the number of atoms in the observable universe at roughly 10 to the power of 80. This combinatorial complexity arises from the game's 20 initial possible first moves and exponential variation with each subsequent turn. In 2015, Dr. J. Calvin Coffey and colleagues at the University of Limerick reclassified the mesentery as a continuous organ in the human digestive system. Previously considered fragmented structures, mesenteric folds were shown to form an uninterrupted tissue connecting the intestines to the abdominal wall. This finding, based on microscopic and imaging data, prompted updates to medical textbooks and anatomical classification systems. The term French fries refers to the culinary technique of Frenching, or cutting food into thin strips. The origin of the fried potato dish is commonly attributed to Belgium, where it was documented as early as the late 17th century. American soldiers during World War I popularized the term French fries after encountering the food in French-speaking regions of Belgium. Onions contain sulfur-containing compounds, primarily syn-propaneths oxide. When the onion's cell walls are disrupted, these molecules are released and converted by the enzyme alliinase into a volatile gas. Upon reaching the eyes, the gas reacts with water to form mild sulfuric acid, which irritates the lacrimal glands and triggers tear production as a defensive response. In ancient Egypt, written records and depictions suggest that honey was applied to the skin of servants to attract flies. This method functioned as a human decoy system to protect high-status individuals, including pharaohs, from insect irritation. Honey's high sugar content and viscosity made it an effective fly attractant in the arid climate of the Nile Valley. When a person experiences facial blushing due to vasodilation triggered by emotional stimuli, the same autonomic response extends to the stomach's inner lining. Blood vessels in the gastric mucosa also dilate, causing a reddening effect. This physiological response is controlled by the sympathetic nervous system and is part of the broader fight-or-flight mechanism. Slime molds, such as Physarum polycephalum, exhibit decentralized problem-solving abilities. In controlled experiments, they have successfully navigated mazes and replicated efficient networks, such as Japan's rail system. Their method relies on chemotactic movement and spatial memory through protoplasmic streaming, enabling them to optimize paths without a central nervous system, outperforming some computational algorithms in route efficiency. A Babylonian tablet from around 1500 BCE, housed in the British Museum, contains the oldest known example of a "your mother" insult. Written in Akkadian cuneiform, the line is partially damaged, but references humor involving a maternal subject. It demonstrates that structured, insult-based humor has existed for over 35 centuries in recorded human language. In Iceland, the tradition known as Jólabókaflóð, or Christmas book flood, involves giving books as gifts on December 24th. This cultural practice began during World War II, when paper was one of the few imports not rationed. The Icelandic publishing industry continues to release most of its annual book output in November and December to align with this national reading custom. The word clue originates from the Middle English term clue, meaning a ball of thread. Its modern figurative meaning traces back to the Greek myth of Theseus, who used a thread to navigate the labyrinth and escape after slaying the Minotaur. Over time, clue evolved into clue, signifying something that guides or solves a problem. The human body contains approximately 37 trillion cells, including red blood cells, epithelial cells, and neurons. In parallel, it hosts an estimated 39 trillion microbial organisms, mainly bacteria, within the gut microbiome. These microbial cells outnumber human cells and play essential roles in digestion, immunity, and metabolic regulation, particularly through the production of enzymes and short-chain fatty acids. Elephants detect seismic vibrations through mechanoreceptors located in their feet and trunk. These low-frequency ground signals, often generated by distant movements or vocalizations, are transmitted through the earth and interpreted by the animal's somatosensory system. Studies suggest elephants can detect vibrations from several kilometers away, aiding in navigation and herd communication. The Earth's inner core, composed primarily of iron and nickel, reaches temperatures estimated at approximately 6,000 degrees Celsius. This thermal estimate is based on experimental data from high-pressure studies and seismological models. Despite extreme heat, the inner core remains solid due to immense pressure exceeding 3 million atmospheres at the planet's center. Peanuts are classified botanically as legumes, not true nuts. They belong to the Fabaceae family and develop underground through geocarpy. In contrast, tree nuts like almonds or walnuts form from ovary walls of flowering plants. Peanuts share characteristics with other legumes, such as lentils and beans, including nitrogen-fixing root nodules. The heart of a hummingbird can beat more than 1,200 times per minute during flight. This exceptionally high rate supports the bird's intense metabolic demands while hovering or feeding. Species such as the ruby-throated hummingbird maintain elevated oxygen delivery through rapid circulation and specialized respiratory efficiency, allowing sustained wing movement at rates of over 50 beats per second in mid-air. Human bodies emit a faint glow, known as bioluminescence, though it is roughly 1,000 times too dim to be seen by the naked eye. This light results from chemical reactions involving free radicals and biomolecules such as lipids. In 2009, Japanese researchers used ultra-sensitive cameras to photograph this phenomenon, confirming that emission levels vary slightly over a 24-hour cycle and peak in the late afternoon. So if even tiny light emissions know how to show up on schedule, make sure you show up on my subscriber list. Hit that button before your glow fades away. Newborn humans typically do not produce visible tears for the first few weeks after birth. Although their lacrimal glands are present, they are not fully developed and do not produce the volume of liquid needed for tear overflow. Reflex tearing, which responds to irritation or emotion, usually begins between 2 to 3 weeks after birth, depending on individual variation and environmental conditions. While identical twins share identical DNA, their fingerprints are never exactly the same. The ridge patterns develop in utero through a combination of genetic and environmental factors, including pressure, blood flow, and amniotic movement. This means that even with shared genetic code, the fingerprints of monozygotic twins display small but measurable differences under forensic analysis. Estimates suggest that the average adult spends roughly 6 months of their life waiting at red traffic lights. This projection is based on cumulative daily commuting times in urban environments and assumes standard light cycles. While it varies by location and driving habits, the figure offers a useful approximation of how modern transportation infrastructure impacts time use. Because of the way the Gregorian calendar handles leap years, the weekday on which your birthday falls usually repeats every 6 years, but the interval can sometimes be 5, 7, or 11 years, depending on your birth date and the leap year pattern. This happens because leap years add an extra day every 4 years, causing the weekday of your birthday to shift in a predictable cycle over time. Well, maybe this goes over your head. It definitely did for me. Humming while holding the nose is physically impossible due to the mechanics of airflow. Humming requires continuous air resonance in the nasal passages, and pinching the nose closes off that space. Without a nasal outlet, the pressure buildup halts vibration, preventing sound generation. This is a simple example of how human vocalization depends on unobstructed anatomical structures. The word avocado originates from the Nahuatl term ahuacatl, which translates to testicle. The name likely refers to the fruit's shape and was adopted into Spanish during the colonial period. The Aztecs associated the fruit with fertility, and it was cultivated as early as 5000 BCE in regions that now include southern Mexico and Guatemala. Studies have shown that the scent of chocolate can increase theta brainwave activity, which is associated with states of relaxation and reduced stress. These effects have been observed using electroencephalography, EEG, a method that records electrical activity in the brain. The response may be linked to both olfactory stimulation and emotional associations formed through repeated exposure. The longest documented flight of a chicken lasted approximately 13 seconds and covered a distance of over 90 meters. This record, though limited compared to most bird species, highlights the capacity for short bursts of powered flight in certain breeds. Most domesticated chickens are selectively bred for meat or egg production, which limits their aerodynamic abilities. Young elephants often suck their trunks for comfort, a behavior similar to human infants sucking their thumbs. This action helps soothe them and may assist in sensory development. Trunk sucking has been observed in both wild and captive populations and generally decreases as the calf matures and gains better trunk control for feeding and interaction. As of recent estimates, there are more public libraries than McDonald's restaurants in the United States. Data from the American Library Association indicates over 16,000 public library locations compared to roughly 13,000 fast food outlets. Libraries serve as community resources, offering free access to books, internet, and educational programs across urban and rural areas. The human nose is capable of detecting over 1 trillion different scents, based on a 2014 study published in Science. This estimate significantly exceeds earlier beliefs that the nose could detect around 10,000 odors. The olfactory system uses roughly 400 active receptor types, each interacting with multiple odor molecules through complex combinatorial coding. Armillaria ostoyi, a species of honey fungus located in Oregon's Malheur National Forest, is currently considered the largest living organism by area. The underground mycelial network spans nearly 4 square miles and is genetically identical throughout. Estimated to be thousands of years old, this fungus lives symbiotically with trees, sometimes contributing to root rot in forest ecosystems. Although the human brain makes up only about 2% of total body mass, it consumes roughly 20% of the body's energy. This high energy demand supports continuous electrical activity, neurotransmitter synthesis, and metabolic functions. The majority of this energy is used for signaling between neurons, especially in regions involved in decision-making, memory, and perception. On Saturn's moon Enceladus, high-velocity geysers eject water vapor and ice particles from a subterranean ocean through surface fractures near the South Pole. First observed by the Cassini spacecraft in 2005, these plumes contain organic compounds and molecular hydrogen. NASA has since listed Enceladus as a candidate for extraterrestrial microbial life, pending, of course, a very long-distance confirmation. The Great Wall of China is not, in fact, a single continuous structure. It consists of multiple segments built by various dynasties between the 7th century BCE and the 17th century CE. Spanning over 21,000 kilometers, much of the wall now exists in fragments, making it perhaps the least unified structure in history. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station orbit Earth every 92 minutes, resulting in roughly 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets per 24-hour terrestrial day. The phenomenon is caused by orbital velocity, not poor scheduling. Window blinds are provided. Some leafcutter ants, such as those from the genus Atta, cultivate fungal gardens underground and apply naturally derived antimicrobial secretions to prevent contamination. The practice predates human agriculture by tens of millions of years and includes compartmentalized waste zones. The ants have not yet developed crop rotation. Vikings are believed to have used birefringent crystals known as sunstones to locate the sun's position under overcast skies. These calcite or cordierite stones functioned by polarizing light, serving as a navigational aid in the absence of actual sunlight. This technique, discovered centuries before GPS, did not require satellites, only an appropriately cloudy sky. Elephants have passed the mirror self-recognition test, indicating a level of cognitive self-awareness. In one study, elephants touched visible markings on their own bodies while looking in a mirror. The test, originally developed for primates, has so far failed to interest cats. A cat's purr generates vibrations between 20 and 140 Hz, a frequency range associated with bone and soft tissue regeneration in mammals. Some researchers have speculated that this acoustic feature may have therapeutic applications for humans, assuming the patient is willing to be purred on. The mantis shrimp employs a spring-loaded appendage to deliver strikes reaching speeds of 80 kilometers per hour. The impact generates cavitation bubbles that momentarily produce temperatures hotter than the sun's surface. It also sees ultraviolet and polarized light. The shrimp, not the sun. Tomatoes contain approximately 31,000 genes, exceeding the human genome by roughly 11,000. This includes sequences responsible for traits like fruit shape, color, and flavor. The fruit does not appear to use its surplus for moral introspection. A typical cumulus cloud contains about 500,000 kilograms of water, equivalent to roughly 800,000 standard bathtubs. Fortunately, it does not fall all at once. Atmospheric physics remains grateful. Sea otters often store a preferred rock in a skin fold beneath their forearms and reuse it to break open shellfish. The tool is carried, hidden, and regularly used, placing it in a small but committed category of personal belongings among marine mammals. The ancient city of Troy, long dismissed as myth, was excavated in the 1870s by Heinrich Schliemann in what is now northwestern Turkey. Layered ruins revealed a history consistent with Homeric descriptions, suggesting that the line between epic poetry and archaeology may be thinner than previously assumed. Zebras have black skin and grow white stripes due to pigment-inhibiting mechanisms in specific hair follicles. Embryological studies confirm the base coat is black, meaning the stripes are technically an absence of color, rendering the zebra the world's most elaborately unpainted horse. The Mariana Trench, located in the western Pacific Ocean, contains the deepest known natural point in Earth's seabed, known as the Challenger Deep. This point reaches an approximate depth of 10,984 meters, based on measurements recorded by the DSV limiting factor in 2019. By comparison, Mount Everest has a height of 8,848 meters, making the trench significantly deeper than the mountain is tall. In 2022, researchers at the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel, led by Dr. Jacob Hanna, developed synthetic mouse embryos using only pluripotent stem cells. The process excluded the use of fertilized eggs, sperm cells, or a uterus. The engineered embryos exhibited early organ development, including a neural tube and beating heart, and survived up to 8.5 days in an artificial womb, marking a significant advancement in synthetic embryology. During the medieval period in Europe, bestiaries, illustrated compendiums of animals, propagated the myth that beavers would sever and discard their testicles to escape hunters. This belief, first recorded in classical antiquity, was based on the erroneous notion that beaver castoreum glands, located near the tail, were testicles and highly sought for medicinal use. No empirical evidence supports the behavior. Olfactory studies indicate that the aroma of cinnamon enhances cognitive performance. Controlled trials have shown improvements in working memory, attention, and visual motor response speed. These effects are attributed to the stimulation of brain regions, such as the hippocampus and frontal cortex, as observed in neuroimaging and electrophysiological assessments. Some observational studies have suggested that certain bat species may show directional preferences when exiting their roosts, but there is no consistent or universal pattern, such as always turning left, across all bat species. The reasons for any observed directional bias remain unclear and may involve factors like roost structure, environmental cues, or species-specific behaviors. More controlled experimental research is needed to determine whether such preferences are widespread or significant within the order Chiroptera. In microgravity environments, such as those aboard the International Space Station, combustion behaves differently due to the absence of buoyancy-driven convection. Flames assume spherical shapes because heated gases do not rise, and the flame envelope is sustained by the slow diffusion of oxygen. This phenomenon has been documented in NASA's flame extinguishment experiment and informs spacecraft fire safety protocols. Before the invention of rubber-based erasers in the late 18th century, individuals commonly used pieces of crustless bread as an abrasive to remove graphite marks from paper. The bread was compressed and dried to increase firmness. Edward Nairn is credited with commercializing the rubber eraser in 1770 after discovering its efficacy as a substitute for bread. Toilet paper is believed to have been first produced in China during the late 9th century. Historical records from around 875 AD mention the use of paper specifically for hygiene purposes in the Tang dynasty. While other cultures used materials like wool, leaves, or water, China was the earliest known civilization to manufacture paper products intended solely for personal sanitation. The precise burial site of Genghis Khan remains undetermined. Historical sources from the 13th century describe secretive burial procedures, reportedly involving the execution of laborers to maintain confidentiality. Archaeological surveys, including satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar, have yet to confirm the tomb's location. The legend persists largely through oral traditions and unverified historical texts. The average lightning bolt reaches temperatures of approximately 30,000 Kelvin. This thermal energy exceeds the estimated surface temperature of the Sun, which is around 5,778 Kelvin. The extreme heat results from rapid ionization of air molecules during the discharge, producing a plasma channel visible as a lightning flash. Experimental studies have demonstrated that pigeons possess advanced visual discrimination capabilities. In controlled settings, pigeons have successfully identified all 26 letters of the English alphabet and distinguished between human faces. These findings indicate robust pattern recognition and memory faculties, placing pigeons among the more cognitively complex avian species. Gallium, a post-transition metal with atomic number 31, has a melting point of 29.76 Celsius, which is below average human body temperature. When held in the hand, gallium transitions from solid to liquid phase due to thermal conductivity. This property is used in low melting point alloys and semiconductor applications. Constructed from copper sheets approximately 2.4 millimeters thick, the Statue of Liberty initially exhibited the metal's characteristic reddish-brown color following its completion in 1886. Over time, exposure to air and moisture induced oxidation and the formation of a green patina composed primarily of copper carbonate. This layer provides protection against further corrosion. It would take nearly 2 million mosquito bites to drain 2 liters of blood from a human body. Since a single mosquito removes only about 5 microliters of blood per bite, reaching that dangerous volume would require a massive number of bites. 2 liters is considered a critical loss and can cause severe medical emergencies, including hypovolemic shock. Twister was among the first films ever released on DVD, marking a shift in home entertainment formats, when it debuted in 1996. The launch helped establish DVD as a mainstream distribution medium, offering improved video and audio quality over VHS tapes. This milestone set the stage for the widespread transition to digital video media in the early 2000s. Roughly 205,000 metric tons of gold have been mined throughout all of recorded history. If all of it were melted down and shaped into a solid cube, that cube would measure approximately 22 meters along each edge. The Internal Revenue Service in the United States does not typically process single checks exceeding $100 million. If someone owes more than that, they must split the amount into multiple checks or use an electronic payment system such as wire transfer. This policy exists to reduce processing issues and enhance transaction security at such high payment levels. Fox tossing was a real competitive activity in 17th and 18th century Europe, especially in regions like Saxony. Participants used slings to hurl live foxes into the air for both distance and height, often during aristocratic festivals. Injuries and fatalities among the animals were common, but the practice was socially accepted at the time, despite its cruelty by modern standards. The durian fruit, grown in Southeast Asian countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand, is infamous for its strong and often unpleasant odor. Its smell has been likened to sewage, spoiled onions, or gym socks, leading to bans in hotels and public transport. Despite this, durian remains a culturally significant and highly prized fruit in local cuisines. That's it for this one. No clickbait, no distractions, just real facts you won't hear in most places. If even one of them made you pause or think differently, this video did its job. More are on the way. Smarter, sharper, and always backed by reality. Until then, thanks for watching, and stay curious.
They found a 240-million-year-old mushroom, fossilized inside ancient lava. That's right, fungi from the dinosaur era. And if you think that's strange, there's a lake in Canada that turns into polka dots every summer. Here are 189 facts that will question your everyday thinking.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
In East Greenland, scientists found a fossilized mushroom lodged inside volcanic rock, dated to around 240 million years ago. That's older than most dinosaurs. Fungi usually rot away too quickly to fossilize, so this specimen politely ignored protocol. It also suggests that mushrooms were quietly thriving while reptiles were just learning to roar. Toxoplasma gondii is a brain-hacking parasite that makes rats less afraid of cats. Yes, it rewires fear. In humans, the parasite doesn't make you love cats, but studies have linked it to subtle shifts in risk-taking behavior. Whether its cause or correlation is still being debated, presumably by scientists who don't own cats. Or do. The Sikilos epitaph is the oldest surviving full song, carved into marble sometime in the 1st century CE near Ephesus in modern-day Turkey. It includes both lyrics and musical notation, meaning you could literally sing it today, though the rhythm may sound like your ancient neighbor learning flute after retirement. The Himba people of Namibia use a deep red paste called oatjize, made of butterfat and ochre, to shield their skin from sun and bugs. But it's not just skincare, it's a cultural emblem. The color represents earth, blood, and life. Think of it as sunscreen with ancestral Wi-Fi. NASA's Perseverance rover carries a small machine named MOXIE, which successfully turned Martian carbon dioxide into oxygen in 2021. This makes it the first machine to do planetary alchemy, turning Martian air into something breathable. MOXIE appropriately stands for Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment, because NASA loves long acronyms almost as much as space. The electric blue gecko of Tanzania, Lygodactylus williamsi, is as endangered as it is eye-catching. Males flash a vivid blue that dims with stress or poor conditions. Habitat loss and the illegal pet trade have nearly wiped them out, because apparently humans still believe rare and glowing means, I should put that in a glass box. The Nanhai 1, a Song Dynasty trading ship from the 12th century, was found buried in anaerobic mud off China's coast. Its cargo included over 60,000 porcelain pieces, perfectly preserved. It's basically a sunken time capsule of medieval commerce, minus the souvenir shop. Kudzu, a vine imported to the United States from Asia in the late 1800s to control soil erosion, now grows up to 30 centimeters per day and covers over 7 million acres across the American South. It's nicknamed the vine that ate the South, which is only slightly exaggerated. Unlike the original brochure, the Ramses II Peace Treaty, signed after the Battle of Kadesh around 1276 BCE, is the oldest known written peace treaty. It was inscribed in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Akkadian cuneiform, basically ancient bilingual legalese. It included mutual defense clauses because even ancient empires agreed fighting is exhausting. In 15th century Samarkand, astronomer Ulugh Beg built an observatory with a 60-meter meridian arc, a sort of medieval telescope stand without the telescope. His star catalog, finished in 1437, remained one of the most accurate in the world until telescopes were invented 2 centuries later. Proof that some people peak well before their technology does. The California grunion exhibits a unique reproductive adaptation in which spawning occurs entirely outside aquatic environments. During nocturnal high tides, females deposit eggs into sandy beaches while males fertilize them externally. The Siljan Ring, located in central Sweden, is a confirmed impact structure formed approximately 375 million years ago during the Devonian period. With a diameter of over 50 kilometers, it ranks among the largest known craters in Europe. The post-impact basin was later filled with Paleozoic sedimentary deposits, making it a significant site for fossil research and hydrocarbon exploration. The Chitaliște, a uniquely Bulgarian cultural institution, originated during the mid-19th century and serves as a multifunctional hub, encompassing libraries, educational centers, and venues for the performing arts. These institutions played a critical role in the preservation of Bulgarian language and cultural identity during the Ottoman period, contributing to the development of national consciousness leading up to the Bulgarian national revival. The Banpo archaeological site, located near Xi'an in Shanxi Province, China, represents one of the earliest known examples of settled Neolithic village life. Dated to approximately 5000 BCE, the site includes semi-subterranean residential structures, communal kilns, storage facilities, and a defensive moat. It provides key evidence of early agricultural societies associated with the Yangshao culture. The capelin is a pelagic fish species whose spawning behavior involves synchronized mass strandings along subarctic shorelines. Reproduction occurs within the intertidal zone, where eggs are deposited in gravel substrates. These events support complex trophic interactions, attracting numerous avian and marine predators. Spawning is tightly regulated by water temperature and lunar phases. In 2003, researchers determined that the isotope bismuth-209, previously considered stable, undergoes alpha decay with an estimated half-life of approximately 1.9 times 10 to the power of 19 years, over 1 billion times the current estimated age of the universe. This decay was confirmed by a team at the Institut d'Astrophysique Spatiale in France, using highly sensitive detection instruments. The Asiatic wild dog, or tole, pack members use high-frequency vocalizations, including whistling calls to coordinate during pursuit. Unlike other canids, dholes rarely scavenge and are capable of subduing prey substantially larger than themselves, such as sambar deer, particularly in forested regions of South and Southeast Asia. The shells of Fulguraria species, belonging to the striking volute family of marine gastropods, are prized for their intricate beauty and distinctive patterns. While some marine mollusks are known to exhibit biofluorescence under ultraviolet light, this phenomenon has not been scientifically confirmed in Fulguraria. The Mofu ethnic communities of northern Cameroon have traditionally employed Phaidle megacephala, a species of black ant, as a biological control agent against termite infestations in grain storage structures. This practice represents a form of long-standing human-insect mutualism adapted to semi-arid agricultural systems. Ethno-entomological studies have documented its transmission through intergenerational knowledge systems. The Cook Swamp archaeological site in Papua New Guinea contains evidence of early wetland cultivation systems, dated to approximately 7000 before Common Era. Excavations reveal constructed drainage ditches, planting mounds, and remnants of cultivated taro and banana. The site provides crucial insight into independently evolved agricultural practices in Melanesian highland societies. In 2010, Researchers at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee, in collaboration with Russian scientists at Dubna, synthesized element 117, known as tennessine. Its successful synthesis confirmed predictions regarding superheavy elements and contributed to the empirical mapping of the periodic table's island of stability. The extinct whale Basilosaurus isis, which lived during the late Eocene epoch approximately 40 million years ago, possessed vestigial hind limbs measuring up to 35 centimeters in length. Though functionally obsolete for locomotion, anatomical studies suggest these appendages may have facilitated mating. This supports the evolutionary principle that vestigial organs can retain secondary utility after the loss of their original function. Graphene, a synthetic carbon allotrope structurally related to graphene, was first synthesized in 2022 by researchers at the University of Colorado Boulder. Composed of sp and sp2 hybridized carbon atoms forming both single and triple bonds, graphene exhibits anisotropic electrical conductivity. The Y larva, or Y cyprid, is the larval form of a parasitic barnacle from the class Thacostraca. Following a free-swimming phase, it injects its body into a crustacean host, where it undergoes extreme morphological regression. It loses all non-reproductive organs, functioning exclusively as a gonadal parasite. In 2015, astronomers monitoring the star KIC 8462852, popularly known as Tabby's star, recorded irregular dimming events up to 22% of total brightness. These fluctuations observed by the Kepler Space Telescope did not match patterns associated with planetary transits. Hypotheses range from circumstellar dust to theoretical megastructures, although no definitive cause has been confirmed. The Nebra sky disk, unearthed in Germany in 1999, dates to around 1600 BCE and is widely regarded as the oldest known visual representation of the night sky. Made of bronze with gold inlays, it depicts the sun, a crescent moon, and star clusters, including a group interpreted as the Pleiades. It suggests that Bronze Age Europeans were more sky-literate than some modern GPS users. In the 13th century, Persian polymath Nasir al-Din al-Tusi devised the Tusi couple, a geometric model where two circles rotate to produce linear motion. It offered a way to explain planetary motion without relying on Ptolemaic epicycles. The concept later found its way into Copernican astronomy, marking yet another historical moment where medieval mathematics quietly fixed someone else's system. The Byzantine hydraulis, first documented in the 3rd century BCE, was a water-powered pipe organ used in public arenas and ceremonial settings. As the earliest known keyboard instrument, it combined pressurized air with music, essentially an ancient fusion of plumbing and performance. You could say it made a splash long before organs echoed through Gothic cathedrals. Australia's ghost bat is one of the few bat species that regularly preys on other vertebrates. Equipped with powerful jaws and precision echolocation, it hunts frogs, birds, and sometimes even smaller bats. Despite the name, it doesn't haunt the living, unless you're a lizard with bad luck. In Nevada's Black Rock Desert, photosynthetic microbes live inside quartz rocks. These thin, translucent layers allow just enough light in for photosynthesis, while shielding the organisms from UV radiation and moisture loss. Essentially, it's microbial real estate with natural insulation and filtered skylights. The Book of Leinster, compiled in 12th century Ireland, is celebrated for its rich content on Irish mythology, genealogy, history, and poetry. While chess became popular in Europe much later, the Book of Leinster stands as one of the most important sources for medieval Irish culture and literature. Velvet worms possess slime-shooting glands that eject a sticky, fast-hardening substance to immobilize prey. Once the target is glued in place, the worm approaches to deliver a bite with sharp mandibles. It's a hunting method that combines glue guns and pincers, evolution's oddly specific take on pest control. Gastornis, a now extinct genus of large flightless birds from the Paleocene epoch, stood up to 2 meters tall. Despite their imposing beaks and stature, isotope studies of their fossils suggest a herbivorous diet. As it turns out, looking terrifying doesn't always make you a predator. Some just really commit to salads. Fire corals, though named like true corals, belong to the hydrozoan class and are more closely related to jellyfish. Their nematocysts can deliver painful stings capable of penetrating wetsuits, often surprising divers who mistake them for harmless reef builders. In short, looks like coral, stings like jelly. In 2014, researchers studying the male Antechinus, a small marsupial in Australia, discovered that during breeding season, males enter a relentless mating spree. They continue until their immune systems collapse and they die shortly after. A strategy evolution somehow greenlit. The phrase die trying has rarely been so biologically literal. Lothal, a city of the Indus Valley civilization located in present-day Gujarat, India, housed a rectangular dockyard dating to around 2400 BCE. Engineered with tidal water management in mind, it is among the earliest known examples of port infrastructure. Zebrafish possess a notable capacity for cardiac regeneration, capable of repairing up to 20% of heart tissue following injury. The process involves dedifferentiation of mature cells and subsequent cell proliferation. This regeneration model is under active study for potential applications in human heart therapies. The ginkgo tree, often referred to as a living fossil, has remained morphologically consistent for over 200 million years. It is the sole surviving species in the division Ginkgophyta, with fossilized specimens virtually identical to modern leaves. Its survival through multiple mass extinctions makes it one of evolution's least interested in updates. The deep-sea organism Xenoturbella, first described in the 20th century, lacks a brain, centralized nervous system, or organized reproductive organs. Despite its anatomical simplicity, genetic analysis has shown that it belongs near the base of the evolutionary lineage leading to complex animals. Its structure offers insights into early multicellular life and continues to prompt re-evaluation of how complexity arises in biology. Located in Lancashire, England, the singing ringing tree is a wind-powered sculpture constructed from galvanized steel pipes. Designed in 2006 by architects Mike Tonkin and Anna Liu, it emits low, harmonic tones when wind flows through its structure. Between 2012 and 2014, a group known only as Cicada 3301 released a series of highly complex online puzzles. These challenges involved cryptographic methods, literary references, prime number theory, and steganography. The true identity or purpose of the organization behind them has never been confirmed, though it continues to attract interest from cryptographers and internet historians. The fungus Massospora cicadina infects periodical cicadas, eventually destroying parts of the host's abdomen and replacing them with fungal spore masses. Despite the damage, infected cicadas continue to fly and attempt to mate, inadvertently dispersing spores. The fungus is highly specialized and appears to have evolved to synchronize with the insect's emergence cycles, which occur every 13 or 17 years. Diprotodon uptatum was the largest known marsupial to have lived, reaching lengths of up to 4 meters and weights similar to that of a modern hippopotamus. It belonged to the same family as wombats and koalas and lived during the Pleistocene epoch in Australia. Fossil evidence suggests it may have lived in herds and overlapped with early human populations. In Norse mythology, the goddess Idun was responsible for guarding golden apples that sustained the immortality of the gods. When she was taken from Asgard, the gods began to age, underscoring the idea that their longevity was maintained by an external, perishable resource. This motif of divine dependence is somewhat unusual in ancient mythologies. Volvox is a genus of colonial green algae in which thousands of individual cells form a spherical structure that can move through water using coordinated flagella. Within the colony, some cells are specialized for reproduction, while others manage locomotion, illustrating an early stage in the division of labor that characterizes multicellular organisms. The parasite Toxoplasma gondii completes its reproductive cycle in cats, but often uses rodents as intermediate hosts. In infected rodents, the parasite reduces aversion to feline odors, increasing the chance of predation and transmission. The mechanism appears to involve changes to the host's brain chemistry, and the organism remains a focus of behavioral and neurological studies. During the Edo period in Japan, samurai often wore chainmail garments called kusari katabira beneath their formal kimonos. These hidden armor pieces allowed for discreet protection without violating social expectations of appearance. They were especially useful in times of political unrest or for samurai in urban environments. The Trobriand Islanders in Papua New Guinea participate in a ceremonial exchange system known as the Kula Ring. Shell necklaces and armbands are passed between island communities in opposite circular routes. The lotus effect refers to the self-cleaning ability of lotus leaves, which repel water due to microscopic structures coated with hydrophobic wax. Water droplets roll off the surface, carrying dust and particles with them. This natural adaptation has inspired biomimetic designs in nanotechnology, particularly for surfaces that resist dirt and moisture. Printed in 1377 at Hungduk Temple in Korea, the Jikji is the oldest known book produced using movable metal type. It predates Gutenberg's Bible by 78 years and contains Buddhist teachings compiled by the monk Begun. The surviving copy is housed at the National Library of France and recognized by UNESCO's Memory of the World program. The moon milk found in limestone caves resembles soft, white cheese but is actually composed of microscopic carbonate crystals. Once mythologized, its origin is now linked to microbial activity. Bacteria help precipitate minerals, giving the substance its creamy texture. Not recommended for crackers despite appearances. The Jomon people of prehistoric Japan, active from about 14,000 BCE to 300 BCE, created the world's earliest known pottery. Their vessels featured complex, cord-marked designs and emerged long before agriculture. These artifacts suggest an unexpected flair for decorative ceramics among hunter-gatherers. In many early languages, there was no specific word for blue. The color was so rare that ancient Greeks described the sea as wine dark, reflecting its scarcity in nature. The sandfish skink of North Africa moves through sand using a swimming motion. High-speed imaging and X-rays reveal it undulates like a fish, reducing drag in granular material. Despite the name, it has no interest in actual swimming pools. Tardigrades produce a unique protein called DSUP, which binds to DNA and shields it from radiation damage. When introduced into human cells, it reduces DNA breakage by more than 40%. This resilience has inspired potential applications in biotechnology and space travel. Mexican jumping beans are seed pods occupied by the larvae of Cydia deschizziana moths. As the larvae react to heat by moving inside the pod, the bean appears to jump. This odd locomotion helps the insect avoid the desert's harshest sunspots, a quirky survival strategy. The south-pointing chariot of medieval China was a wheeled vehicle with a mechanical pointer that always indicated south, regardless of turns. It used early differential gears, demonstrating sophisticated engineering. Europe wouldn't rediscover similar mechanisms until many centuries later, minus the dramatic flair of a directional puppet. The trapjaw ant can snap its mandibles at up to 60 meters per second. This record-breaking speed allows it to capture prey or fling itself into the air to escape threats. Essentially, it has weaponized its face for both offense and acrobatics. A fossil forest in Cairo, New York, dating to around 385 million years ago, is the oldest known forest ecosystem. It featured early tree-like plants with shallow roots and offered critical insight into how plants first colonized land, fundamentally altering Earth's atmosphere and ecosystems. Japan's Rakuyo calendar divides each day into 6 types, assigning lucky or unlucky timings. Rooted in Buddhist cosmology, it's still used today to plan weddings, funerals, and store openings. Even in modern Tokyo, some business deals wait for the right planetary mood swing. The bat-eared fox has 48 teeth, more than any other terrestrial carnivore. Its oversized ears and unusual dental count are specialized for its diet of insects, primarily termites, making it nature's oddly proportioned exterminator. The bilby, a nocturnal marsupial native to Australia, digs extensive burrow systems with spiral entrances. These burrows help with soil aeration and seed dispersal, leading ecologists to label the bilby an ecological engineer, though without the hard hat or degree. The Aiken drum, housed in the British Museum, was recovered in Virginia and dates to the early 18th century. Made in West Africa, likely from Ghana, it is constructed of wood and deerskin. It is one of the oldest known African artifacts found in the Americas, providing physical evidence of the transatlantic slave trade's cultural transmission, with its form and material confirming West African drum-making traditions from the period of forced migration. Established in 1611 by Pope Paul V, the Vatican's secret archives span over 50 kilometers of shelving and store papal records dating back to the 8th century. Holdings include trial documents from Galileo Galilei's Inquisition proceedings in 1633, medieval diplomatic correspondence, and official papal bulls. Despite its name, access is granted only to qualified scholars, making it one of the most restricted historical repositories in Europe. The Burakumin of Japan are a caste group historically associated with occupations like tanning, slaughter, and corpse handling. Although ethnically Japanese, they were segregated under the Tokugawa shogunate and subjected to status-based discrimination until legal abolition in 1871. Modern investigations, including Japan's 2016 government survey, confirm that social stigma and employment discrimination against Burakumin communities persist despite over a century of legal equality. The Tachyglossus aculeatus, or short-beaked echidna, is one of only 5 extant monotreme species. It lays a single leathery egg directly into a maternal pouch. After hatching in about 10 days, the young remains in the pouch while feeding on milk, secreted through abdominal mammary glands, since monotremes lack nipples. This reproductive strategy reflects a unique evolutionary branch among mammals found in Australia and New Guinea. Constructed between 1977 and 1980 in Enewetak Atoll, the Runit Dome contains more than 3.5 million cubic feet of radioactive soil and debris from U.S. nuclear tests. Sealed beneath a 33-centimeter thick concrete cap, the site lacks a permanent containment lining. Studies by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Marshall Islands government cite rising sea levels as an increasing structural threat to the dome's integrity. The Quincan Rock Art of Queensland, located in the Laura Sandstone Basin, comprises over 300 sites dated up to 20,000 years old. Radiocarbon dating and pigment analysis confirm their antiquity, and they are listed on the Australian National Heritage Register for their cultural and archaeological value. In Irish mythology, the salmon of knowledge consumed hazelnuts that fell into the well of Sagais, gaining omniscience. The tale, preserved in 12th century manuscripts, tells how Fionn Macumhale gained wisdom by tasting the salmon's skin while cooking it for the poet Finn Eses. Between the 3rd and 7th centuries CE, the Aksumite Empire minted coins in both Ge'ez and Greek, making it the first sub-Saharan African polity to issue currency. The coins, primarily gold and silver, depict kings such as Endubes and Ezana, and were used in Red Sea and Mediterranean trade. Archaeological finds confirm coin circulation in regions as distant as India, evidencing Aksum's transcontinental economic reach. The Ajanta Caves in Maharashtra, India, number 29 rock-cut monuments dated between the 2nd century BCE and 6th century CE. Sponsored by Satavahana and Vakataka patrons, the Buddhist monasteries and chaityas contain murals that illustrate Jataka tales and early Indian devotional art. Pigment analysis identifies natural minerals like lapis lazuli and red ochre, marking Ajanta as one of the earliest surviving sites of complex wall painting in South Asia. The Penrose Stairs, an optical illusion of a continuously ascending staircase, was devised by Lionel Penrose and Roger Penrose in 1958. It visually violates Euclidean geometry, serving as a model in both perceptual psychology and mathematical paradox. The Bactrian language, historically used across Central Asia, is a rare instance of an Eastern Iranian language employing a modified form of the Greek alphabet. It served as the official administrative language of the Kushan Empire between the 1st and 4th centuries CE. The Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, located in the northwestern Pacific Ocean, constitutes one of the most seismically active subduction zones globally. This tectonic boundary results from the Pacific Plate subducting beneath the Okhotsk Plate and frequently produces megathrust earthquakes exceeding magnitude 8. The region is critical for geophysical studies of plate boundary dynamics and seismic risk assessment. The baiji, a freshwater dolphin species endemic to the Yangtze River, was declared functionally extinct in 2006, following an extensive survey led by the Yangtze Freshwater Dolphin Expedition. The species' extinction is attributed to industrial development, pollution, and increased river traffic. It was one of only 4 known freshwater dolphin species globally. The Garamantes civilization, which flourished in the Fezzan region of present-day Libya between the 5th century BCE and the 5th century CE, developed a gravity-fed irrigation infrastructure known as fogaras. These subterranean tunnel systems accessed fossil groundwater reserves beneath the Sahara Desert and enabled year-round agriculture in hyper-arid conditions. Their construction reflects advanced hydroengineering in ancient North Africa. In classical Athens, the system of kleronomia mandated that property remain within the familial oikos. In cases where a male citizen died without male heirs, his daughter, designated as an epikleros, was legally obligated to marry her nearest male relative. This mechanism ensured the continuity of property ownership within the patrilineal household. The Gomburtsev subglacial mountains, located beneath the East Antarctic ice sheet, were first identified during the Soviet Antarctic expedition in 1958 using seismic reflection techniques. Although comparable in scale to the European Alps, the range is buried beneath over 4 kilometers of ice. Its origin and persistence beneath glacial cover remain unresolved questions in geophysical research. The Ifa divination system of the Yoruba people employs a binary-based structure of 256 odu, each comprising multiple verses. These are preserved and transmitted orally by trained Babalawo priests. The pirarucu, native to the Amazon basin, is among the largest extant freshwater fish, reaching lengths exceeding 2 meters. It possesses ganoid scales capable of withstanding predatory bites from species such as piranhas. In addition to gill respiration, the species surfaces periodically to breathe air using a modified swim bladder that functions as a rudimentary lung. The Kangnido map, compiled in Korea in the year 1402 under the Joseon dynasty, integrates geographic information from Chinese and Islamic sources. Unlike contemporary European cartographic works, it includes representations of Africa, Europe, and the Middle East alongside East Asia. The map exemplifies the transmission of transcontinental geographic knowledge during the early 15th century. Marimo are filamentous green algae that form spherical aggregations in cold freshwater lakes, such as Lake Akan in Japan and Lake Mývatn in Iceland. These formations result from rotational movement induced by water currents, which promotes uniform photosynthetic exposure. Marimo growth is influenced by light, depth, and hydrodynamic conditions. Quick pause. If you're learning something new already, imagine what's still ahead. Hit like so the algorithm knows this is worth watching. The Aru Islands, located in eastern Indonesia, were part of the Sahul landmass during the late Pleistocene, when lower sea levels connected Australia and New Guinea. Archaeological findings indicate human occupation dating back more than 35,000 years. These sites support hypotheses regarding early coastal migration along submerged land bridges. The Lake Peigneur incident in Louisiana happened in 1980 when an oil drilling crew accidentally punctured a salt dome beneath the lake. This caused a massive whirlpool that drained the lake into a salt mine. 11 barges, a drilling platform, and surrounding land were pulled in, though remarkably no lives were lost during the collapse. Oldowan tools, which date back over 2.6 million years, are the earliest known examples of stone technology. Thought to be created by Homo habilis and possibly other early hominins, these tools include flakes and cores used for tasks like cutting animal tissue and breaking bones. They were first identified at Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania. The Sakoku Edict of 1635 formalized Japan's long-standing policy of seclusion under the Tokugawa shogunate. It prohibited Japanese citizens from leaving the country and strictly limited contact with foreign traders. The isolation lasted for over 2 centuries and shaped Japan's political and cultural development until the Meiji Restoration in the 19th century. Skladina Cave in Belgium provided a rare Neanderthal child's mandible dated to around 100,000 years ago, along with thousands of stone tools and animal remains. Isotopic analysis of dental enamel allowed researchers to reconstruct the child's diet and seasonal movements, offering direct insight into Neanderthal life and development in Upper Pleistocene Europe. The deep scattering layer, discovered during sonar testing in World War II, refers to a dense zone of marine life that reflects sound waves. It mainly consists of mesopelagic fish and plankton that migrate vertically in response to light. This daily movement, called diel vertical migration, significantly influences oceanic ecosystems and global carbon cycling. The right time delay paradox arises in gravitational lensing, where a massive object bends light from a distant source like a quasar. In certain configurations, photons traveling along different paths arrive at different times. This effect has been used to study mass distributions in galaxies and to place constraints on models of dark matter. Soviet military communication during the Cold War was protected by a wide array of advanced cryptographic systems. These included mechanical cipher machines such as the Fialka, which employed complex substitutions, transpositions, and military code books to secure classified information. Soviet cryptographers set global standards for cipher security in their era, and their innovations continue to inspire research in cryptography and secure communication. The Diderot effect refers to a behavioral pattern described by Denis Diderot in the 18th century. After acquiring a luxurious robe, he noticed a tendency to replace his other possessions to match its quality. This phenomenon illustrates how one new purchase can lead to a chain of additional acquisitions that reshape a person's consumption habits. Tristan da Cunha is a small volcanic island chain in the South Atlantic Ocean, located more than 2,000 kilometers from the nearest continent. With fewer than 300 residents, it is considered one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth. The islanders rely on local farming, fishing, and limited trade to maintain self-sufficiency. Lysenkoism, named after agronomist Trofim Lysenko, was an influential but flawed theory in Soviet biology during Stalin's rule. It rejected Mendelian genetics in favor of acquired traits shaped by environment. These views were promoted politically, leading to the suppression of genetic research and contributing to agricultural failures across the Soviet Union in the mid-20th century. Kandariya Mahadeva Temple in Khajuraho, built around the 11th century, is noted for its detailed sandstone carvings. Though often mentioned for its erotic imagery, most sculptures reflect cosmic themes and Shaivite symbolism. The temple's layout follows precise mathematical proportions, illustrating the connection between sacred geometry and divine architecture in central Indian temple design. Ferrofluid, created in the 1960s by NASA, consists of tiny magnetic particles suspended in a carrier fluid. It responds to magnetic fields by forming visible spikes while remaining liquid. Originally developed for moving fuel in zero gravity, it is now used in speaker dampers, medical devices. The Kavalan people of eastern Taiwan traditionally spoke a distinct Austronesian language, separate from nearby Formosan dialects. Due to assimilation policies during Japanese and later Chinese governance, their language nearly disappeared. In recent years, community-led efforts and educational programs have worked to document and revitalize the language for younger generations. The Kainji Dam, completed in Nigeria in 1968, created Lake Kainji as part of a large hydroelectric and irrigation project. While it increased regional power generation, it also displaced over 40,000 residents and disrupted downstream ecosystems. Fishing communities were particularly affected due to altered river flow and fish migration patterns. Luwian, an ancient Indo-European language of Anatolia, is known from both hieroglyphic and cuneiform texts. It was used by several post-Hittite states during the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages. The longest known Anatolian inscription, found at the Bekoy site, is written in Luwian and provides insight into political and religious life in the region. The Radcliffe Wave is a large, undulating structure of gas and star-forming regions in the Milky Way, stretching over 9,000 light-years. Discovered in 2020 using Gaia Space Telescope data, it redefined the geometry of the galaxy's local arm. The wave contains major stellar nurseries such as Orion and Perseus. The London Hammer, often cited in fringe theories, was found in Texas embedded in a concretion of Ordovician rock. Geologists believe the hammer likely dates to the 19th century and became encased in mineral deposits over time. Limestone concretions can form rapidly under the right conditions, which explains how a modern object ended up inside. The Baekje incense burner, excavated in Nongsan-ri, South Korea in 1993, is a 6th century gilt bronze artifact exhibiting a synthesis of East Asian artistic traditions. Its surface contains iconographic elements including Taoist immortals, mythological fauna, and layered landscapes. The design reflects a symbolic cosmology comprising celestial, terrestrial, and underworld realms. The Langley Aerodrome, developed by physicist and aeronautical pioneer Samuel Pierpont Langley in 1903, was one of the earliest full-scale powered aircraft prototypes. Though it failed in 2 test flights on the Potomac River shortly before the Wright brothers' success, its lightweight steam engine demonstrated a thrust-to-weight ratio that later influenced engine design in early aviation engineering. The Chocho language, spoken by the Chocho people of Oaxaca, Mexico, is a critically endangered member of the Otomanguean language family. As of the early 21st century, fluent speakers number fewer than 50. Mount Nyiragongo, located in the Virunga Mountains of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, contains one of only a few persistent lava lakes globally. Its lava, characterized by low silica content, has exceptionally low viscosity, enabling flow velocities exceeding 60 kilometers per hour during eruptions. The volcano's activity poses continual risk to the city of Goma and surrounding areas. The Osiris resurrection narrative forms a foundational component of ancient Egyptian religious belief. According to funerary texts, Osiris was dismembered by Seth and subsequently reassembled by ISIS. This myth provided theological justification for mummification practices and articulated early conceptions of bodily resurrection. The Aleutian Trench is a convergent plate boundary where the Pacific Plate subducts beneath the North American Plate. It extends approximately 3,400 kilometers along the southern coast of Alaska. This subduction zone is capable of generating megathrust earthquakes exceeding magnitude 8, as evidenced by the 1964 Good Friday earthquake and the tsunami-genic events that have impacted both North American and Pacific Rim coastlines. Hiragana, one of the three scripts used in modern Japanese writing, originated from the simplification of Chinese characters known as manyogana. It was primarily developed by aristocratic women during Japan's Heian period to facilitate vernacular literary expression. The script enabled the production of foundational Japanese texts, such as Murasaki Shikibu's Genji Monogatari. The Wakhan Corridor is a narrow geographic strip in northeastern Afghanistan, established by the Anglo-Russian Agreement of 1873 as a neutral buffer zone. It extends approximately 350 kilometers and remains one of the most inaccessible regions of Central Asia. The Giants Churches of Finland are megalithic stone structures dating to the Neolithic period, approximately 3000 BCE. Despite various hypotheses, ritual use, calendrical functions, or social gatherings, no definitive purpose has been confirmed through archaeological excavation or radiocarbon analysis. The Mazatec people of Oaxaca, Mexico, maintain ceremonial use of Psilocybe mexicana, a psychoactive mushroom species containing psilocybin. Their research contributed to the broader study of hallucinogenic fungi and catalyzed the emergence of ethnomycology as a formal scientific field. The Capone contamination incident occurred in Virginia during the 1970s due to the illegal release of chlordacone, a neurotoxic organochlorine pesticide, into the James River. The incident led to a fishing ban that lasted from 1975 to 1988. Public health concerns and ecological damage prompted significant revisions to U.S. environmental policy, including the Toxic Substances Control Act of 1976. The Tucano people of the northwest Amazon produce AG Negro, a fermented black sauce derived from cassava juice. The fermentation process spans over 30 days and utilizes indigenous fungal communities, producing a substance rich in glutamic acid. It exemplifies complex, spontaneous fermentation systems developed independently of Western microbiological frameworks. Pristella maxillaris, commonly referred to as the X-ray tetra, is a small freshwater fish native to South America. Its translucent tissues allow visibility of internal skeletal structures, making it a standard specimen in comparative vertebrate anatomy. The species exhibits high tolerance to fluctuating salinity and is classified within the family Caracridae. The Quipu system of the Inca Empire employed knotted cords for recording quantitative data, typically using base 10 positional values. Certain colonial-era examples suggest possible syntactic encoding beyond numeric values, raising hypotheses that Quipu may have functioned as a proto-writing system. The Isua Greenstone Belt in southwestern Greenland contains metamorphosed mafic volcanic rocks, dated to approximately 3.8 billion years old. Geochemical analyses, including isotopic fractionation of carbon-12 and carbon-13, suggest potential biogenic activity. These findings represent some of the earliest known geological evidence for life on Earth. The mola textile tradition of the Guna people in Panama involves hand-sewn reverse applique techniques, often using multiple fabric layers. The practice remains a central form of cultural expression and economic activity among Guna women. The ghost town of Kulmanskop in Namibia was once a booming diamond mining settlement, featuring European-style villas, a bowling alley, and even an ice factory in the middle of the desert. After diamond resources dwindled, it was abandoned in the 1950s and slowly reclaimed by sand, as if the desert itself was repossessing the real estate. The Rongorongo script of Easter Island remains one of the world's enduring linguistic mysteries. Written in a rare reverse Boustrophodon pattern, it consists of stylized glyphs possibly related to proto-writing. Simeulue Island off the coast of Sumatra reported remarkably low casualties during the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Generations of oral tradition taught islanders to recognize signs of a smong, their term for tsunami, and to immediately flee uphill. The knowledge passed down since earlier tsunamis, likely saved thousands of lives that day. In 1973, astronauts aboard Skylab quietly took a stand, or more accurately, a nap. Overworked and under-autonomous, they shut off radio contact with NASA for a full day. This so-called Skylab mutiny didn't involve torches or barricades, just silence and rest, enough to prompt NASA to reconsider its scheduling policies for space missions. Al-Mutanabbi Street in Baghdad has been a cultural artery for centuries, known for its bookstores, publishers, and public debates. Despite bombings, censorship, and violence, it continues to operate, a living symbol of intellectual resistance in the heart of Iraq's capital. The Yunnan box turtle was thought extinct until the early 2000s, when a live specimen unexpectedly turned up in a pet market in China. With only a handful of confirmed individuals today, it ranks among the most critically endangered turtles in the world, proof that even extinction can be premature in rare cases. In the 19th century, the British East India Company built the Great Hedge of India, a 1,200-mile-long wall of thorny vegetation. Designed not for defense but to enforce salt taxes, it was so effective and inconvenient that history itself forgot it for a century. Today, it's remembered less for its size than for being possibly the world's least scenic checkpoint. The Yuchanyan Cave in Hunan Province contains pottery shards dated to around 18,000 years ago, among the oldest ever found. These early ceramics predate farming and suggest that hunter-gatherers, not settled agriculturalists, may have first developed pottery, possibly to cook or just to keep their leftovers fresher. In parts of Jodhpur, India, langurs are not only tolerated, they are revered. Believed to be sacred messengers of the deity Hanuman, these monkeys roam rooftops and markets with surprising social immunity. They're perhaps the only commuters in India who can jump queues without getting scolded. The Erewhong Temple in Sichuan Province was constructed during the Tang Dynasty using an ingenious timber frame design. With no nails or mortar, its wooden joints flex during earthquakes. A seismic safety feature built over a millennium before the modern Richter scale was even imagined. Donga is a Surma ritual stick-fighting tradition in Ethiopia used for conflict resolution and courtship. Fighters duel with carved wooden staffs in groups, demonstrating bravery and strength. The Liber Linteus, or Linen Book of Zagreb, is the longest known Etruscan text and the only one preserved on fabric, specifically reused as wrappings for a mummy. While the language remains largely undeciphered, the structure appears calendrical, offering rare insight into Etruscan religious timing and excellent ancient recycling. The Tama stone, now in the Louvre, is a 6th century BCE Aramaic inscription that mentions Nabonidus, the last Neo-Babylonian king. It confirms he spent about a decade in self-imposed exile in Arabia, the ancient equivalent of taking a very long sabbatical with no return ticket. The Kel Tajrart Akakus rock art, located in southwestern Libya, comprises petroglyphs and pictographs depicting giraffes, bovines, and human figures. These artworks provide archaeological evidence of environmental transition in North Africa, from a humid savanna biome to the present-day arid Sahara desert conditions. The Maunsel forts, constructed during the early 1940s, were anti-aircraft defense structures positioned in the Thames and Mersey estuaries to counter Luftwaffe attacks. Decommissioned post-war, the platforms were later used for offshore broadcasting during the pirate radio era, and influenced micronational experiments such as the self-declared Principality of Sealand, founded in 1967. The Turpan Depression, situated in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of China, reaches depths exceeding 150 meters below mean sea level. It is among the planet's deepest inland depressions and hosts ancient Karez systems, subterranean aqueducts designed to transport groundwater from distant mountain sources, enabling sustained agriculture in an otherwise hyper-arid region. The Mari Man, a geoglyph measuring over 4 kilometers in length, was discovered in the South Australian outback in 1998. Its origin remains unidentified, with no conclusive attribution to any artist or group. The method used to achieve its geometric precision at such a scale, possibly involving GPS, has not been definitively confirmed. The Armenian Gomper is a regional livestock guardian breed originating from the Armenian highlands. Distinct in its genotype from European Molosser breeds and Central Asian Ovcharka types, the Gomper has been utilized for centuries in transhumance practices, protecting flocks from apex predators such as Canis lupus and Ursus arctos in mountainous pastures. If someone you know loves random facts or thinks they know it all, send them this. Let's see how many they get right. The leptocephalus stage represents the larval phase of eels, during which individuals exhibit a transparent, laterally compressed morphology. This stage can persist for up to 3 years, enabling long-distance dispersal via major ocean currents. The Ardabal carpet, completed in 1539 CE in Safavid era Iran, contains an estimated 25 million hand-tied knots and measures over 10 meters in length. It includes a Persian inscription referencing its commission for the shrine of Sheikh Safi al-Din and is currently housed in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. The lunar crater Al-Biruni, located on the Moon's far side, was named by the International Astronomical Union in honor of Abu Rayhan al-Biruni, an 11th century polymath who accurately estimated Earth's circumference using trigonometric methods. The nomenclature reflects his substantial contributions to Islamic-era astronomy and geodesy. The Aksumite stelae of northern Ethiopia, carved from single granite blocks without evidence of iron tooling, reach heights up to 33 meters. These monolithic obelisks served as markers for elite burial sites and display intricate engravings mimicking multi-story architecture, representing a distinctive form of funerary expression within early African monumental traditions. Gentinck's Dweeker, first described in 1892 by Fredericus Anna Gentinck, is a rare ungulate endemic to the upper Guinean forests of West Africa. Its elusive behavior and fragmented habitat have limited field observations, and its conservation status remains endangered due to habitat loss and anthropogenic pressures. The Aitha Undersea Restaurant, inaugurated in 2005 within the Conrad Maldives Rangali Island Resort, is positioned 5 meters beneath sea level, enclosed in transparent acrylic panels designed to withstand hydrostatic pressure and saltwater degradation. It was the first publicly accessible underwater dining venue and remains a significant engineering achievement in underwater architecture. The Podziric carpet, recovered from a Scythian burial mound in the Altai Mountains by archaeologist Sergei Rudenko in 1949, dates to the 5th century BCE. Preserved in permafrost, it is the oldest extant knotted carpet, with complex zoomorphic motifs and a symmetrical double border structure analogous to later Persian textile patterns. The Javan rhinoceros, classified as critically endangered by the IUCN, is confined to Ujung Kulon National Park in western Java, with an estimated population below 80 individuals. Unlike its African counterparts, it possesses a single nasal horn and inhabits tropical rainforest ecosystems rather than savanna habitats. The Antarctic Circumpolar Current is the only major oceanic current that encircles the globe unobstructed by continental landmasses. Flowing from west to east around Antarctica, it facilitates the exchange of water masses among the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, and plays a central role in global thermohaline circulation and climate regulation. The Banggai cardinal fish, found only in a small group of Indonesian islands, was formally documented by scientists in the 20th century. Unusually, it does not pass through a larval stage, instead developing directly into a juvenile. This rare trait in marine fish, along with heavy collection for aquariums, has made the species increasingly vulnerable. The Alhambra Decree, issued in 1492, required Jews in Spain to convert to Christianity or leave the country. Many chose exile, leading to the dispersal of Sephardic Jewish communities across regions such as North Africa, the Ottoman Empire, and southern Europe. The Batek, an indigenous group in Malaysia, follow an immediate return foraging system, consuming food shortly after it is collected. The system supports cooperation and equal access to resources, especially in their rainforest environment. Excavations in the Taban caves of Palawan, Philippines, have revealed human remains estimated to be over 47,000 years old. These finds represent some of the earliest evidence of Homo sapiens in Southeast Asia. The site also contains later Neolithic artifacts, including burial jars and stone tools, suggesting long-term human presence. Lake Tanganyika's sardine fishery primarily targets a species called Stolothrissa tanganyikai, a small pelagic fish adapted to freshwater. The lake's age and depth support high biodiversity, but changes in temperature and water layering can disrupt these fisheries. This makes the ecosystem sensitive to long-term climatic shifts and fishing pressure. In Vedic tradition, the Ashvamedha was a royal ritual involving a consecrated horse allowed to wander freely for a year. If no one challenged its path, The territory it crossed was symbolically claimed by the sponsor king. If opposed, the king's army responded, making it both a spiritual and political declaration. The Hypogeum of Halsaflieni in Malta is a prehistoric subterranean complex dating back to about 3600 BCE. Among its chambers, the so-called Oracle Room stands out for its acoustic effects. In Rome, the Capuchin crypts beneath the Church of Santa Maria della Concezione contain the bones of more than 4,000 friars. Arranged in decorative patterns and structures, these displays were created by monks in the 17th century. The site was intended as a visual reminder of mortality and the shortness of life. The Samhan confederacies existed in Korea before the rise of the Three Kingdoms. These included Mahan, Jinhan, and Byeonhan, each composed of multiple small polities led by chieftains. They controlled valuable iron resources and trade networks that played a role in shaping the political and economic foundations of later Korean kingdoms. The Rex robot, designed at the University of Michigan, uses 6 spring-loaded legs to move over uneven terrain. Unlike wheeled machines, its locomotion is inspired by the movements of insects and animals. It can operate in environments like rubble or loose soil, making it a potential tool for search and rescue or planetary missions. The Wari civilization, active in the Andean highlands from roughly 500 to 1000 CE, developed early infrastructure systems. Their roads connected administrative centers across diverse terrain, forming a precedent for the later Inca road network. These transport links were crucial for managing communication, trade, and resource movement. The Thinker of Chernavoda, a ceramic figure from the Hamangia culture of Neolithic southeastern Europe, dates to around the 5th millennium BCE. The seated posture, with the head resting on one hand, is often interpreted as contemplative. It is one of the earliest sculptural forms showing introspective or reflective human imagery. The Yenisei River in Siberia features petroglyphs on its cliffs and rocks, some over 4,000 years old. These carvings depict scenes such as deer, chariots, and hunting groups. Among the Ogu people in West Africa, Zongbedo figures serve as symbolic guardians of the night. These tall, grass-covered costumes spin during ceremonies and are said to reveal hidden crimes or wrongdoing. The Abydos king list, engraved on the walls of the Temple of Seti I, notably skips certain pharaohs such as Hatshepsut and Akhenaten. This was not an oversight, but a deliberate act of historical airbrushing. Ancient Egypt's version of editing the guest list after a messy reign. The pilgrim's flask, a flattened ceramic vessel with side handles, was a standard travel container in medieval Eurasia. These modest but durable flasks traveled vast distances across the Silk Road, quietly hydrating the global economy long before branded water bottles took over. The Lari language, spoken in southern Iran's Hormozgan province, belongs to the southwestern Iranian group, but shows notable Arabic influence. Despite its distinct grammar and vocabulary, the language is endangered. The theriac of Andromachus was a multi-ingredient medicinal paste dating back to Roman times. Containing up to 60 items including opium, myrrh, and powdered viper, it was basically a pharmaceutical buffet meant to cure everything, or at least confuse the illness into leaving. The Jomon period of prehistoric Japan, beginning around 14,000 BCE, produced some of the earliest known pottery. Unlike later agricultural societies, Jomon communities were hunter-gatherers, suggesting that cooking soup came before planting rice. The Hoan Kiem turtle, a large soft-shell species native to Vietnam, was entwined with the legend of Emperor Lê Loi returning a magical sword to the lake. The final known individual died in 2016, marking both a biological and symbolic loss for the nation. The Jantar Mantar Observatory in Jaipur, constructed by Maharaja Jai Singh II in the 18th century, features the largest stone sundial on Earth. Built for naked-eye astronomy, it allowed precise measurements long before stargazing involved electricity or caffeine. The Suda, a Byzantine encyclopedia compiled in the 10th century, includes over 30,000 entries on ancient topics. Written in medieval Greek, it preserves fragments of otherwise lost classical texts, occasionally serving as the literary equivalent of a backup hard drive. The petrified forest of Lesbos originated from volcanic eruptions roughly 20 million years ago, which covered a subtropical forest in ash. The resulting mineralized trees remain upright, forming one of the world's most intact fossil forests from the Miocene epoch. The Keali crater field on Estonia's Saaremaa Island was formed by a meteorite impact between 4 and 8,000 years ago. Unusually for its era, the impact occurred in a populated region and may have contributed to local myths. As sudden planetary explosions often do, the lingua ignota, created by Hildegard of Bingen in the 12th century, is one of the earliest known constructed languages. Designed for spiritual communication, it included over 1,000 unique words. The Ostwald process, developed by Wilhelm Ostwald in 1902, involves converting ammonia to nitric acid through catalytic oxidation. It remains vital to fertilizer and explosive production, and earned Ostwald the Nobel Prize, plus an unintended legacy in wartime agriculture. The Handravali cave site in Karnataka, India, contains archaeological layers from the Iron Age through the Satavahana period. Roman coins discovered there suggest active trade between India and the Mediterranean, possibly including deals over pepper, pearls, and ancient profit margins. The Vela incident of 1979 involved a U.S. satellite detecting a double flash over the South Atlantic Ocean, consistent with a nuclear detonation. Though never officially confirmed, many analysts suspect it was a secret test conducted jointly by Israel and South Africa. The construction of the Cologne Cathedral commenced in the year 1248 and concluded in 1880, spanning a period of over 6 centuries. Despite the temporal gap, the structure adhered to its original Gothic architectural blueprints throughout. This continuity renders it a unique case of long-term adherence to medieval design principles within European ecclesiastical architecture. Spectrometric data collected by NASA's Cassini spacecraft during its flybys of Enceladus identified key components in the moon's cryovolcanic plumes, including molecular hydrogen, water vapor, and organic compounds. These findings support the presence of subsurface hydrothermal activity, indicating potential biochemical energy sources within Enceladus's ocean beneath its ice shell. The Gusuku archaeological sites of Okinawa, constructed between the 12th and 17th centuries by the Ryukyu Kingdom, consist of fortified stone structures made primarily from coral limestone. These sites exhibit architectural syncretism, incorporating elements from Japanese and Chinese construction techniques. Thermal inertia measurements of the lunar regolith, obtained during the Apollo missions, revealed extremely low values due to its fine-grained, porous composition. As a result, lunar surface temperatures experience extreme fluctuations, with daytime highs exceeding 100 degrees Celsius and nighttime lows falling below -100 degrees Celsius. The Lindo Man is a well-preserved Iron Age bog body discovered in Cheshire, England in 1984. Radiocarbon dating places. The individual in the 1st century CE forensic examination indicated violent death through strangulation, head trauma, and possible throat cutting, suggesting ritualistic killing consistent with known Celtic practices. Nummulites are large, coin-shaped foraminiferal fossils belonging to the order Rotulida, predominantly found in Eocene-aged limestone formations. These calcium carbonate-rich protozoan shells were used extensively in ancient Egyptian construction. Due to their uniform appearance, earlier theories mistakenly interpreted them as artificial objects rather than biological fossils. The Tangut script, employed by the Western Jia dynasty from the 11th to the 13th century, contains over 6,000 unique logographic symbols. The system is structurally unrelated to Chinese writing. The Armenian highlands tectonic activity results from the ongoing collision between the Arabian and Eurasian lithospheric plates. This convergent boundary produces high seismicity and significant crustal uplift, giving rise to one of Earth's youngest continental terrains, which includes active volcanic fields and intricate strike-slip fault systems. Tokugawa Tsunayoshi, who governed Japan during the Genroku era, issued the Edicts on Compassion for Living Things. These laws imposed legal protections for animals, particularly dogs, and allocated government resources to establish and maintain official shelters. Non-compliance was penalized by strict legal enforcement. Still with me? Then congratulations! Your brain has just survived 189 mental plot twists. So if you want your next scroll to actually make you smarter, you know where to find me.
I won't waste your time. Just don't skip. Because if even one of these 363 facts could change what you think you know, why risk missing it?
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The useless show.
Zoroastrians built round stone structures called towers of silence, where they placed dead bodies to be eaten by vultures. It wasn't laziness, it was environmental philosophy. Burying or burning corpses was considered a form of pollution to earth, fire, and water, which were seen as sacred. This method, used in Persia and India for over 1,000 years, was basically sky-based composting. The Gulf Stream is an ocean current that moves more water than all the rivers on Earth combined, roughly 150 times more, in fact. It keeps northern Europe warm and hurricanes organized. But if too much polar ice melts, it could stall, causing sudden climate chaos. This has happened before, about 12,000 years ago, during the Younger Dryas event. The Red Queen hypothesis, coined by evolutionary biologist Lee Van Valen in 1973, suggests that species must constantly adapt just to avoid falling behind, a biological treadmill. It's named after a character in Through the Looking Glass who runs just to stay in place. In nature, if you stop evolving, you're not just slow, you're lunch. Ninjas of medieval Japan are often remembered for stealth and clever tricks, though many stories mix folklore with history. While ninjutsu encompassed practical espionage, creative methods like disappearing messages remain legendary. Ninjas' resourcefulness continues to inspire imagination, though reality was likely grounded in simple observations, disguises, and knowledge of terrain. Terrain, not Hollywood-style gadgets. The Code of Ur-Nammu, written around 2100 BCE in Sumer, is the oldest known legal code, predating Hammurabi by about 300 years. Instead of an eye for an eye, most offenses were settled with fines. Think of it as the ancient world's version of getting a parking ticket instead of public flogging. In Minoan Crete, bull leaping was a remarkable ritual and athletic feat, depicted vividly in palace frescoes at Knossos. Participants, both male and female, likely grasped a bull's horns and vaulted over its back, symbolizing harmony with nature and perhaps marking rites of passage. This ancient tradition, alive around 1500 BCE. Ancient Polynesians navigated across thousands of kilometers of open ocean, without compasses, maps, or GPS. They used star paths, ocean swells, bird movements, and even the color of clouds. This knowledge was passed down through chants and memorized by navigators known as wayfinders. Western sailors were still getting lost, while these folks had satellite precision with no satellites. The Sifaka lemur of Madagascar doesn't walk like other animals. On the ground, it hops upright with its arms raised like it's auditioning for a modern dance recital. But in trees, it's all business. Powerful legs and long fingers for vertical leaping. This weird gait evolved because trees were its real home. Ground travel was just an awkward in-between. Many songbirds practice anting, picking up ants or sitting on ant hills so formic acid from the insects soaks into their feathers. This natural behavior may help control parasites and soothe skin during molting, illustrating how birds creatively use their environment for self-care and demonstrating the intelligence behind avian hygiene strategies. Built over a millennium ago in Rajasthan, Chand Bauri is an architectural marvel, an inverted pyramid of 3,500 plus steps descending 13 levels. Beyond water storage, its deep structure creates a cooling effect, lowering temperatures by several degrees at the base. This monumental stepwell remains a testament to ancient ingenuity in combining utility and climate adaptation. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, archaeologist Ralph Selecki uncovered a Neanderthal burial site in Shanidar Cave, located in the Zagros Mountains of northern Iraq. One individual, known as Shanidar IV, was found with clumps of ancient pollen, leading to early interpretations of a ritual burial involving flowers. Although later studies have questioned whether the pollen was introduced by rodents or natural processes, the find remains a key reference in debates over Neanderthal symbolic behavior and cognitive depth. The WADA test involves putting one half of your brain to sleep temporarily using a drug like amobarbital so doctors can figure out where your language skills live before brain surgery. Developed by June WADA in the 1940s, the test has revealed that not everyone stores language on the left side. Some brains, it seems, enjoy rearranging the furniture. Ancient Greeks may have believed in cyclopes because of prehistoric elephant skulls. These fossils, found in places like Crete, have a large central nasal cavity, perfect for a giant single eye if you don't know what a trunk is. Add a few generations of storytelling, and suddenly you've got a one-eyed giant instead of a really congested elephant. Since the early 2000s, researchers have explored the use of bacteria such as Sporosarsina pasteuri to produce biocement by inducing the precipitation of calcium carbonate. This process, known as microbial-induced calcite precipitation, can bind loose materials like sand or repair microcracks in concrete. While biocement shows potential for applications like self-healing structures and carbon-neutral construction, its use remains largely experimental and is currently limited to small-scale or pilot projects rather than full-scale concrete replacement. The Siberian ice maiden, discovered in 1993 in the Altai Mountains Ukok Plateau, is a remarkably preserved 2,400-year-old mummy from the Pazyryk culture. Her skin bears intricate tattoos, and she was buried with finely crafted garments, jewelry, and 6 horses. While no cannabis was found in her specific tomb, other Pazyryk burial sites, such as those at Beryl, have contained cannabis remains, suggesting its ritual or medicinal use within the broader culture. In the 13th century, Arab polymath al-Jazari built water-powered robots, including mechanical musicians and a hand-washing automaton. These devices weren't just decorative, they used early feedback mechanisms, making them programmable by the standards of the time. His book, The Book of Knowledge of Ingenious Mechanical Devices, outlined over 50 inventions, predating European automation by centuries. Around 1000 BCE, an Egyptian mummy was buried with a wooden toe prosthesis attached to her foot. Far from symbolic, this device showed wear from daily use, with joints designed to move with each step. Found near Luxor, it's one of the earliest known examples of biomechanical engineering, evidence that even 3,000 years ago, people disliked stubbed toes. The Indus Valley Civilization standardized weights and measures across more than 1,000 cities, using finely carved chert cubes and bronze rods. These tools followed a consistent decimal system, even though the civilization left no known written numerals. This mathematical precision, seen as early as 2600 BCE, allowed for uniform trade, construction, and taxation. By the 1700s, sailors used a method called the noon sight to measure the sun's angle at its highest point, helping determine their latitude. Longitude, however, remained elusive until John Harrison invented the marine chronometer, an accurate sea clock. Before that, Sailors relied on dead reckoning, which was more of a hopeful guess than a navigational method. The element tantalum was named after Tantalus, a Greek mythological figure cursed with unreachable water. True to the name, tantalum resists corrosion and refuses to drink even the strongest acids. It's now used in electronics and surgical implants, where being chemically aloof is a highly desirable trait. In 1974, the Arecibo radio telescope sent a binary-coded signal toward the M13 star cluster, a cosmic hello traveling 25,000 light-years. The message included DNA structure, solar system details, and a pixelated sketch of a human. If aliens reply, we'll be here in 50,000 years, or our descendants will, hopefully. According to the Toba catastrophe theory, a volcanic eruption in present-day Indonesia about 74,000 years ago may have drastically reduced the global human population. Volcanic ash darkened skies and cooled the climate, causing what's called a genetic bottleneck. Although some scientists debate the scale, there's clear evidence of sudden environmental stress across multiple species. In 15th century Korea, rainfall was measured using a standardized instrument called the chugugi, developed in 1441 under King Sejong. It was essentially a metal cylinder placed in government offices to track precipitation. It remains the oldest known rain gauge, a reminder that meteorology existed long before the weather app. The Pintupi Nine, a group of indigenous Australians, lived a fully traditional nomadic life in the Western Desert until 1984. Unaware that modern Australia existed, they hunted with spears and knew no roads or towns. When they finally encountered the outside world, their entire society had remained intact, preserved by desert isolation, not time travel. Ancient Egyptian doctors demonstrated remarkable medical ingenuity using linen and honey, a natural antiseptic, to dress wounds. Some texts also describe applying moldy bread to infections, aligning with principles later discovered in antibiotics. While specifics remain debated, their resourceful approach highlights early empirical insights into wound care and infection control, blending creativity with pragmatic healing. In the Muisca Confederation of what is now Colombia, people crafted gold-plated offerings called tunjos, flat figurines of warriors, animals, and gods. Made using the lost wax method, these were left in sacred lakes and temples. The Muisca didn't use gold as currency. They treated it as spiritual tribute, long before the Spanish arrived seeking wealth rather than symbolism. The dendrogramma, discovered near Australia in 2014, is a deep-sea creature shaped like a disc with branching internal canals. Scientists couldn't fit it into any known phylum, which is biology speak for we have no idea what this is. It might represent an ancient lineage or something entirely new. Either way, it's the zoological equivalent of a lost USB format. Jellyfish operate without a brain, heart, or central nervous system. Instead, they rely on a loose network of nerves called a nerve net, spread throughout their gelatinous body. This decentralized setup lets them respond to light, touch, and movement, all without centralized thinking. It's evolution's way of saying, thinking is optional if you just want to float. During World War I, military camouflage took inspiration from Cubist painters like André Malraux. Warships were painted with bold, angular dazzle patterns, not to hide them, but to confuse enemy rangefinders. The ships looked like floating Picasso sketches, and the idea was that if you couldn't disappear, you might as well be unreadable. The cleroterion was a stone slab used in ancient Athens to assign jurors and officials randomly. Citizens' tokens were inserted into rows, and dice were rolled through a chute to select names. This was democratic selection via marble and gravity, a mechanical way to prevent corruption in a world without spreadsheets. Atlantic puffins have brightly colored beaks during breeding, with orange, yellow, and blue pigments. Additionally, parts of their beaks fluoresce under ultraviolet light, invisible to humans but visible to puffins, playing a role in mate selection and communication within the avian UV spectrum. In the Karakum Desert of Central Asia, ancient engineers built underground channels called kharizis to carry water across arid terrain. These ceramic-lined tunnels used gravity and insulation to prevent evaporation. Dating back centuries, they're an early example of sustainable water management, basically plumbing that outsmarts the sun. Aurora australis, often called the Southern Lights, appears in the skies over Antarctica, Tasmania, and southern parts of New Zealand. It's caused by charged particles from the sun interacting with Earth's magnetic field, especially near the poles. These collisions excite atmospheric gases, producing soft glows in green, red, or violet. The phenomenon mirrors aurora borealis in the northern hemisphere, but is less commonly seen due to its remote viewing locations. The Aleutian Islands in Alaska extend across both the 180-degree meridian and the international date line. This unique geography allows for the technical possibility of standing with one foot in today and the other in yesterday, depending on which side of the line one is on. The island's time zone placement is adjusted for practicality, but their physical location still reflects this rare chronological boundary. The ancient Lycians, inhabiting southwestern Anatolia, practiced a form of matrilineal social organization unusual among Indo-European cultures. As recorded by Herodotus in History's Book 1, Section 173. Lycians identified themselves through their mothers rather than their fathers, inheriting names and status maternally. Archaeological analysis of Lycian tomb inscriptions also reflects this emphasis, often listing maternal ancestry. While the full extent of their matrilineal system remains debated, both textual and epigraphic evidence support a significant maternal role in Lycian identity and inheritance. New Zealand's Champagne Pool, located in the Waiōtapu geothermal area, is named for the steady stream of carbon dioxide bubbles that rise from its surface, resembling sparkling wine. The pool's vivid orange border is formed by mineral deposits, mainly arsenic and antimony sulfides. It was formed about 900 years ago by a hydrothermal eruption and remains around 74 degrees Celsius year-round. The Millennium Seed Bank, located at Wakehurst in the United Kingdom, stores over 2.5 billion seeds from more than 39,000 plant species. Seeds are dried and kept at minus 20 degrees Celsius to preserve them for decades or longer. It was established in the year 2000 by the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, to serve as a global safeguard for plant diversity in the face of climate change and habitat loss. Paraceratherium, a genus of hornless rhinoceros that lived over 20 million years ago, is considered the largest land mammal ever recorded. Estimates suggest it stood over 16 feet tall at the shoulder and weighed more than 20 tons. Fossils have been found across Central Asia, and its massive size likely helped it reach tall vegetation in forested environments. Meganeura, an extinct genus of dragonfly-like insects, lived around 300 million years ago during the Carboniferous period. Fossils show wingspans of over 70 centimeters. Their large size was likely made possible by higher atmospheric oxygen levels at the time, which reached up to 35%, significantly higher than today's 21%. Certain bacteria, such as Geobacter sulfur reducens, can produce electricity by transferring electrons to metal surfaces. This process allows them to be used in microbial fuel cells, which have powered small devices and sensors in isolated or extreme environments. Research into these organisms continues, especially for sustainable energy applications in low-power settings. The thylacine, also known as the Tasmanian tiger, was a marsupial predator native to Tasmania. It was declared extinct in 1936, when the last known specimen died in captivity. Despite its extinction status, occasional unverified sightings are still reported. Genetic material from preserved specimens is being studied to explore possibilities of de-extinction using genome editing techniques. The Astuvansalmi rock carvings, situated on a lakeside cliff in South Savonia, Finland, are more than 5,000 years old and represent one of the most extensive collections of prehistoric art in the Nordic region. These petroglyphs feature figures such as humans, elk, boats, and abstract symbols, offering insight into the worldview of ancient hunter-gatherers. While their exact meanings remain under study, the carvings reflect a complex symbolic culture and continue to inspire research into early Northern European societies. The skull of Sahelanthropus chidensis, found in Chad and dated to around 7 million years ago, may represent one of the earliest known hominins capable of walking upright. The foramen magnum, the hole where the spinal cord connects to the skull, is positioned in a way that suggests bipedal movement. This find helps researchers better understand the timeline of human evolution. In ancient Maya cities, people built choltons, underground chambers shaped like bottles, to collect and store rainwater. These structures had narrow openings to reduce evaporation and often included plaster coatings that helped filter sediment. They were especially useful in areas with seasonal rainfall and limited access to natural surface water sources. The okapi, native to the rainforests of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, has a tongue long enough to clean its own eyes and ears. Its tongue is blue-black in color, which helps protect it from sun exposure and keeps it moist. This adaptation supports grooming and feeding among dense foliage where flexibility and reach are essential. The Ainu people of Japan traditionally practice tattooing among women as part of spiritual and marital customs. Tattoos were often applied around the mouth, arms, and hands and were believed to offer protection against evil spirits. These practices were formally banned during the Meiji era in the 19th century as part of state-led assimilation efforts that targeted Ainu culture and identity. Kujirajima, or Whale Island, is a tidal island off the coast of Japan that disappears during high tide. It has been used historically for private rituals and appears in local folklore as a shifting, elusive place that could mislead travelers. Its periodic visibility and small size contribute to its role in cultural stories about impermanence and the unknown. The Bharhut Stupa in Madhya Pradesh, India, dates to the 2nd century BCE and includes early stone carvings that depict scenes from the Buddha's previous lives. These stories, known as Jataka tales, are arranged in visual narratives around the stupa's railings. The carvings offer insight into the spread of Buddhist storytelling and iconography during that period. The ozone hole over Antarctica reached its largest extent in the early 2000s, mainly due to the use of chlorofluorocarbons in refrigerants and aerosols. The Montreal Protocol, signed in 1987, led to a gradual phase-out of these chemicals. Since then, satellite data has shown a consistent recovery of the ozone layer, a rare case of global environmental policy showing long-term effectiveness. In 2014, researchers announced the discovery of Pithavirus cybericum, a giant virus recovered from 30,000-year-old Siberian permafrost. This virus, which infects amoeba, was still capable of replication after thawing. Though not harmful to humans, its revival raised concerns about ancient pathogens potentially re-emerging from melting permafrost due to climate change. Earlier giant viruses were discovered in 2012, but those did not originate from permafrost layers. Nabta Playa, a prehistoric site in southern Egypt, is home to the world's oldest known astronomical observatory. Built over 7,000 years ago, its stone circle aligns with the summer solstice and predates Stonehenge by nearly 2,000 years. It was likely used by nomadic herders to track seasonal rains. Ancient weather forecasting without the app. Veluwezoom National Park in the Netherlands contains a forest that didn't grow by accident. Planted to stop Napoleonic-era sand drifts in the early 19th century, the forest eventually developed into a stable ecosystem of heath, dunes, and old-growth trees. What began as erosion control now offers hiking trails and habitat for wild boar, a long-term landscaping success. The saber-toothed salmon lived several million years ago and could grow up to 3 meters long. It had 2 prominent fang-like teeth, not for feeding, but likely for combat or display during mating. Imagine a fish that didn't bite, but still looked like it could headline a dinosaur documentary. The Sanskrit term Anu, meaning atom, appears in Indian philosophical texts dating back over 2,500 years. Jain and Vaisheshika schools describe these atoms as indivisible building blocks of matter forming everything in the universe. This theory was developed independently of Greek atomism and shows how early thinkers tackled complex ideas without microscopes. Haikigani crabs in Japan have shells with striking human-like patterns. Folklore links them to Heike clan warriors, leading fishers to return them to the sea, possibly fostering the survival of face-like traits. While evidence for direct cultural selection is limited, this blend of natural form and myth offers a captivating example of human-animal connection in Japanese tradition. The sundial snail belongs to the genus Architectonica, not Euprotomus. Found in Indo-Pacific marine habitats, Architectonica species are known for their distinctive, flattened spiral shells that resemble antique watch faces. These shells exhibit a near-perfect logarithmic spiral, a mathematical curve also found in galaxies, nautilus shells, and hurricanes. Their striking geometry makes sundial snails notable examples of naturally occurring mathematical patterns in marine life. Troglobites are animals adapted to live exclusively in caves with no light. They often lose eyes and pigmentation and enhance mechanosensation and chemoreception to navigate and find food. While many do not use echolocation, some cave species, such as certain fish and bats, do employ echolocation for orientation. Roman dodecahedrons, 12-faced bronze objects, have been found across Europe, but no surviving texts explain their purpose. Theories range from measuring devices to candle holders to ritual artifacts. For now, they remain one of ancient Rome's more geometrically intriguing mysteries, sort of the fidget spinners of the 2nd century. The Aral Sea, once the world's 4th largest lake, lost over 90% of its volume in just 5 decades due to Soviet irrigation projects that diverted inflow rivers. Today, much of the former lakebed is a salt-strewn desert, with rusting fishing boats stranded miles from any shoreline, a textbook example of what not to do with a water system. In 2018, the interstellar object Oumuamua passed through our solar system at over 90,000 kilometers per hour. It exhibited non-gravitational acceleration and a tumbling motion unlike known comets or asteroids. Its elongated shape and odd trajectory led to many theories, though aliens, as always, remain firmly unconfirmed. The Archimedean screw, invented in ancient Greece over 2,000 years ago, lifts water using a rotating spiral mechanism inside a cylinder. Still used today in irrigation and hydropower, it's one of those rare inventions that somehow survived the rise and fall of empires, agricultural revolutions, and countless hardware upgrades. The turquoise killifish can delay its own development through a process called diapause, pausing embryonic growth during dry seasons. This pause can last over a year, allowing it to survive harsh conditions. Its rapid aging and dormancy cycle make it a valuable model in longevity research. Nature's pause button for biology. The Zhangye Danxia landforms in China feature naturally striped sandstone hills colored by mineral layering and tectonic uplift. The formations, often called a painted desert, result from millions of years of geological activity. No, they're not digitally enhanced. The colors are quite real, though light and weather can affect their intensity. In 2020, scientists managed to restore circulation and some cellular activity in pig brains hours after death using a special perfusion system. While no consciousness was detected, the experiment reopened discussions about the boundaries of brain death and organ viability, a reminder that definitions in biology are often more fluid than they seem. The tree of Tenere, once standing alone in Niger's Sahara, was the most isolated tree on Earth. The nearest neighbor was over 400 kilometers away. It served as a navigational landmark until 1973, when it was struck by a truck. The tree has since been replaced with a metal sculpture, which is harder to run over. The Brihadiswarar Temple in Thanjavur, Tamil Nadu, was constructed in the early 11th century during the reign of Raja Rajachola I. Its central tower, or Vimana, stands over 66 meters tall and is made entirely of granite, an architectural achievement given the scale and weight of the materials. The temple's capstone weighs approximately 80 tons, but while it is often claimed that a long ramp was used to raise it, no direct inscriptional or archaeological evidence confirms this method. The exact construction techniques remain uncertain, though ancient builders likely employed a combination of ramps, rollers, and manual labor. An orthosite is a coarse-grained igneous rock composed predominantly of plagioclase feldspar. It forms the bulk of the Moon's highlands, which represent the oldest crustal regions, dating back over 4 billion years. The rock's high albedo contributes significantly to the Moon's bright appearance from Earth. Although rare on Earth, an orthosite occurs in specific regions such as the Adirondack Mountains in New York, the Nain Plutonic Suite in Canada, and parts of southwestern Norway. The Atlantic meridional overturning circulation transports warm surface water northward and returns cold deep water southward. It plays a key role in regulating climate, particularly in Europe. Disruption of the AMOC, such as during the Younger Dryas event approximately 12,000 years ago, has been linked to abrupt cooling periods. Current studies monitor its stability due to freshwater input from melting Arctic ice. PSRJ 174824446 AD is a neutron star located in the globular cluster, Terzan 5. It spins at 716 times per second, making it the fastest known pulsar. Its matter is so dense that a single teaspoon would weigh over 1 billion tons on Earth. Discovered in 2005, it illustrates the extreme rotational and gravitational characteristics of neutron stars. The library of Ashurbanipal, excavated in the ruins of Nineveh in the mid-19th century, contains over 30,000 cuneiform tablets. Compiled under King Ashurbanipal of Assyria in the 7th century BCE, it includes administrative records, scientific texts, and the Epic of Gilgamesh. Its preservation offers key insights into Mesopotamian literature, language, and statecraft. The pygmy seahorse measures less than 2 centimeters and exhibits extreme camouflage by matching the color and texture of Muracella corals. It was first identified in the late 1990s after being noticed on coral collected for aquariums. Its camouflage strategy is an example of morphological adaptation to highly specific habitats. The Nazca lines are geoglyphs located in Peru's Nazca Desert, dated between 200 BCE and 600 CE. They depict animals, plants, and geometric shapes, some extending over 300 meters. Visible primarily from the air, their construction involved removing the reddish surface gravel to expose lighter soil beneath. The purpose remains debated, with theories including astronomical alignment, ritual use, and water mapping. The Spix's macaw was declared extinct in the wild in 2000. Native to Brazil, its population declined due to habitat loss and trapping. Captive breeding programs preserved the species, and reintroduction efforts began in 2020. The species became widely recognized through the 2011 animated film Rio, which helped raise public awareness of its conservation status. The Bosphorus Strait, approximately 30 kilometers long, connects the Black Sea to the Sea of Marmara and ultimately to the Mediterranean. It separates European and Asian Turkey and serves as a key geopolitical waterway. Its strategic position has influenced the historical significance of Istanbul, formerly Constantinople, and Byzantium, as a center of trade and empire since antiquity. The bloodwood tree, native to northern Australia, exudes a red sap when cut due to tannin-rich resin compounds. Indigenous Australian communities use the sap for antiseptic treatment of wounds and skin infections. The tree belongs to the myrtle family and is adapted to arid conditions, with a deep root system and drought-resistant foliage. Palma Nova is a Renaissance star fort in Friuli, Venezia Giulia, Italy, constructed in 1593 under Venetian rule. Designed by Vincenzo Scamozzi, it features a 9-pointed star layout with radial streets for optimal defense and control. The geometric plan reflects Renaissance ideals of symmetry, proportion, and centralized planning in military architecture. The Paris catacombs hold the remains of over 6 million individuals. Between 1786 and 1860, bones were transferred from overflowing cemeteries to limestone quarries beneath the city. Human remains were arranged into walls and decorative formations along roughly 2 kilometers of accessible tunnels, now maintained as a historical site and ossuary. Senet is an ancient Egyptian board game dating back to around 3000 BCE. Played on a 30-square grid, it symbolized the journey through the afterlife. Artifacts of the game have been found in tombs of high-ranking individuals, including Tutankhamun, along with inscriptions indicating religious significance. It is one of the oldest known board games. The kangaroo rat, primarily of the genus Dipodomys, inhabits arid regions of North America. It can live its entire life without drinking water by deriving moisture from metabolic oxidation of seeds. Its kidneys are highly efficient, producing concentrated urine to minimize water loss. The species is a key example of desert adaptation in mammals. The Yake event of 774 CE was identified through a sharp increase in carbon-14 levels in tree rings globally. The spike is believed to result from a solar proton event, much more intense than modern solar flares. It represents one of the largest known cosmic radiation events in the Holocene and provides data for solar activity reconstructions. Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 impacted Jupiter in 1994. The fragments, pulled apart by tidal forces, struck over several days, creating dark scars visible from Earth-based telescopes. This event marked the first direct observation of a collision between two solar system bodies and provided evidence of Jupiter's role in absorbing cometary impacts. Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital founded in 1325 CE, was located on an island in Lake Texcoco. It featured raised causeways, canals, and chinampas, artificial agricultural islands. At its height, it supported a population of over 200,000 and had complex systems for irrigation, transport, and urban planning before its fall to Spanish conquest in 1521. In 2015, a crustacean sampled from the Mariana Trench, over 10,000 meters deep, was found with synthetic plastic fibers in its digestive system. This discovery demonstrated that anthropogenic pollutants have reached the ocean's deepest ecosystems. The finding underscores the global extent of marine microplastic contamination. While the Lombards themselves did not practice intentional cranial deformation, archaeological excavations of early medieval cemeteries in regions under Lombard influence, particularly in Pannonia and northern Italy, have uncovered elongated skulls associated with non-local individuals. These modified crania are attributed to Eastern European or steppe origin populations, likely integrated during the migrations of the 6th century CE. Frogfish of the family Antennareidae possess a modified dorsal spine resembling a worm or lure, which they use to attract prey. They can strike with their jaws in as little as 6 milliseconds, one of the fastest feeding strikes among vertebrates. This ambush strategy allows efficient predation despite their sedentary behavior and camouflage. The Coral Triangle spans marine areas of Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and the Solomon Islands. Covering 1.6% of the global ocean, it holds 76% of known coral species and over 2,000 reef fish species. It is considered the global center of marine biodiversity and a conservation priority. The Neolithic flint mines at Spijens, in present-day Belgium, were active from approximately 4,300 to 2,200 before the Common Era. Covering more than 100 hectares, the site contains thousands of vertical shafts and over 10 kilometers of underground galleries. Early miners extracted high-quality flint using tools made from stone and red deer antlers. While there is no confirmed evidence of fire-setting techniques at Spijens, the site remains one of the oldest and largest prehistoric mining complexes in Europe and is designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Thylacoleo carnifex, commonly referred to as the marsupial lion, was an extinct carnivorous marsupial endemic to Australia. Despite its name, it is phylogenetically closer to wombats and koalas than to placental carnivores. It possessed retractable claws and highly developed premolars adapted for shearing bone. Fossil evidence indicates it was a highly specialized predator and apex carnivore during the Pleistocene epoch. The Alhambra, a 14th century Nasrid dynasty complex located in Granada, Spain, features muqarnas, an architectural element composed of intricately carved niches arranged in three-dimensional geometric patterns. These stalactite-like vaults are significant within Islamic architecture for their symbolic representation of infinite complexity and divine order, employing principles of fractal geometry and modular repetition. The Roman testudo formation, named after the Latin word for tortoise, was a tactical arrangement employed by infantry units. Soldiers interlocked their shields laterally and overhead to form a continuous protective barrier. This configuration was particularly effective during siege operations and against projectile weapons. Documentation appears in sources such as De Re Militari by Vegetius. The false killer whale is a large odontocete within the family Delphinidae. Despite its common name, it is a species of dolphin and not a true whale. It exhibits complex social behavior, cooperative hunting strategies, and has been observed engaging in interspecies associations with other cetaceans. It displays food-sharing behavior, often within and between pods. The Uffington whitehorse is a geoglyph located in Oxfordshire, England, measuring approximately 110 meters in length. It was created by removing turf to expose underlying chalk, and is believed to date to the Late Bronze Age or Early Iron Age. Continuous maintenance by local communities has preserved its visibility for over 3 millennia. The sugar glider is a small, arboreal, marsupial native to Australia and parts of New Guinea. Despite superficial similarities to rodents, it is classified within the order Diprotodontia. The species possesses a gliding membrane called the patagium, enabling it to traverse distances up to 50 meters between trees. This gliding adaptation evolved independently from those of placental mammals, such as flying squirrels. The quagga, a subspecies of the plains zebra, exhibited distinctive striping, restricted to the anterior half of the body. It was declared extinct in the wild by the late 19th century, with the last known specimen dying in captivity in 1883. The Quagga Project, initiated in the 1980s, uses selective breeding of plains zebras to revive similar phenotypic traits. The Sogdian script was employed by the Sogdian people of Central Asia from the 4th to the 10th centuries CE. Derived from the Aramaic script, it served as a lingua franca along the Silk Road. It later evolved into the Old Uyghur script and influenced the development of Mongolian and Manchu writing systems, playing a foundational role in the transmission of written language across Central Asia. Black coral colonies, particularly those of the genus Leopathes, found off the coast of Hawaii, have been radiocarbon dated to exceed 4,000 years in age. Despite the name, these corals are typically yellow or brown when alive and turn black upon drying, due to the pigmentation of their proteinaceous skeletons. They belong to the order Antipatharia and are among the longest living marine invertebrates. The Chicxulub impact structure, located on the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, spans approximately 180 kilometers in diameter, formed around 66 million years ago by an asteroid estimated at 10 kilometers in diameter. The event is linked to the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction. It caused widespread fires, atmospheric dust injection, and a global reduction in sunlight, resulting in a prolonged impact winter. The Bering Land Bridge, or Beringia, connected present-day Siberia and Alaska during periods of lowered sea level in the Pleistocene epoch. At its maximum extent, it was up to 1,000 kilometers wide. It facilitated biotic interchange and human migration into the Americas, with archaeological evidence suggesting initial crossings occurred no later than 15,000 years ago. The resplendent quetzal, found in Central America's cloud forests, is recognized for its iridescent plumage and tail feathers that can exceed the length of its body. Venerated in Maya and Aztec cultures, the species is ecologically sensitive and does not survive well in captivity. Its cultural significance is reflected in iconography and ceremonial headdresses. You've made it through 100. If you're still here, you clearly love learning. So why not make it official? Hit that subscribe button and let's keep going. Anishinaabe oral traditions contain sophisticated star lore used to encode geographic knowledge and seasonal migration patterns. Constellations such as the Fisher and the Great Bear serve as mnemonic devices for ecological timing and navigation. These stories demonstrate the integration of astronomical observation with subsistence strategies in indigenous epistemologies. The eruption of Sarachev Peak, a stratovolcano in the Kuril Islands, occurred in June 2009 and was documented in real time by astronauts aboard the International Space Station. The event produced a characteristic umbrella-shaped plume rising into the stratosphere. It provided valuable observational data for volcanic plume dynamics, including atmospheric injection and ash cloud dispersal. The Ainu language, spoken by the indigenous Ainu people of Japan, is classified as a language isolate with no known linguistic relatives. It has undergone significant decline, with only a small number of fluent speakers remaining as of the 21st century. Language revitalization initiatives include formal instruction, digital applications, and incorporation into local education and cultural programming. The sea sapphire, a copepod from the genus Sapphirina, possesses a multi-layered crystal structure in its exoskeleton that reflects polarized light. Depending on the viewing angle, it shifts between vivid iridescence and near invisibility. This optical effect is caused by hexagonal chitin layers spaced to interfere with specific light wavelengths, providing both camouflage and signaling in marine environments. The Kumari tradition in Nepal appoints a prepubescent girl, selected through an extensive vetting process, as the living embodiment of the goddess Taleju. She resides in the Kumari Gar Palace in Kathmandu and is deified until her first menstruation, at which point she is replaced. The practice combines elements of Hindu and Vajrayana Buddhist ritual and is continued in institutional form since the mid-18th century. The BrahMos missile, developed jointly by India's Defense Research and Development Organization and Russia's NPO Mashinostroyenia, is a supersonic cruise missile capable of speeds approaching Mach 3. It was first test-fired in 2001 and is named after the Brahmaputra and Moskva rivers. It is deployable from land, sea, and air platforms and is currently in active service. Salt domes, formed through the upward movement of halite under pressure, can trap hydrocarbons in impermeable layers. In Louisiana and Texas, several domes, such as those at Avery Island, are used for strategic storage of natural gas and hazardous material. Their geologic stability and sealing properties make them suitable for long-term containment. The Valdivia culture, flourishing along Ecuador's coastal region around 3,500 BCE, is among the earliest ceramic-producing societies in the Americas. Archaeological sites such as Real Alto and La Libertad have revealed figurines, often interpreted as female, that emphasize stylized hairstyles and body form. These ceramic artifacts reflect a transition to sedentary village life and provide early evidence of symbolic and artistic expression in pre-Columbian South America. The Valdivia culture, flourishing along Ecuador's coastal region around 3,500 BCE, is among the earliest ceramic-producing societies in the Americas. Archaeological sites such as Real Alto and La Libertad have revealed figurines, often interpreted as female, that emphasize stylized hairstyles and body form. These ceramic artifacts reflect a transition to sedentary village life and provide early evidence of symbolic and artistic expression in pre-Columbian South America. The horned screamer, native to South American wetlands, possesses a horn-like projection of keratin on its skull and sharp, bony spurs on its wings. Despite these traits, it is herbivorous, feeding primarily on aquatic vegetation. It is classified within the family Anhimidae and is one of the few extant species with these morphological features. The Saladoid culture, originating in the Orinoco River Basin, migrated to the Lesser Antilles around 500 BCE. It is known for the production of finely decorated ceramics, often featuring red and white geometric designs. Archaeological findings at sites such as Cedros and La Hueca suggest early inter-island exchange networks and agricultural development. Yakchals are traditional Persian structures designed to store ice and perishable goods in arid regions, using a combination of thick insulation, subterranean storage chambers, and passive cooling techniques. These domed constructions often incorporated qanats, underground channels that directed water into shaded pools, where it could freeze during cold winter nights. While temperatures inside remained cool enough to preserve ice for months, they were not consistently below freezing. Most surviving yakchals date from the medieval and early modern periods, particularly in regions like Yazd and Kerman. Çatalhöyük, a 9,000-year-old city in Turkey, was built with homes side by side, no streets, and entered by rooftop ladders. Its vibrant wall art, shrines, and shared courtyards reflect a highly social, innovative society. This unique architecture encouraged both privacy and community, making Çatalhöyük a fascinating glimpse into early urban life. The vaquita, endemic to the northern Gulf of California, is the world's most endangered marine mammal. As of 2024, fewer than 10 individuals remain. The primary cause of decline is entanglement in illegal gill nets used for catching totoaba fish, which are trafficked for their swim bladders. Conservation attempts have failed to halt the population's collapse. The ashen light, a dim illumination reportedly seen on the night side of Venus since the 17th century, remains unverified. Observations are anecdotal, and its existence has not been confirmed through spacecraft imaging. Hypotheses include auroral activity or lightning-induced atmospheric glow, but empirical data remain inconclusive. The Ertugrul culture, active in southern Scandinavia from approximately 5200 to 3950 BCE, represents a late Mesolithic society known for its intensive use of coastal resources. Large shell middens found at sites such as Ertebülle and Norseminde contain remains of oysters, fish, and marine mammals, offering detailed evidence of marine-based subsistence. Unlike earlier Mesolithic groups, the Ertebülle people produced pottery, making them one of the first known pottery-using forager societies in Northern Europe. The transition to agriculture occurred later, with the arrival of the Neolithic funnel beaker culture. Desert kites are large stone structures found across the Middle East and Central Asia, dated to as early as 7000 BCE. Composed of converging stone walls leading to enclosures or drop-offs, they were used for mass hunting of ungulates. Satellite imagery has revealed hundreds of these constructions, indicating organized and possibly seasonal hunting strategies. Caecilians, limbless amphibians of the order Gymnophiona, display a form of parental care known as maternal dermatophagy. Offspring feed on a lipid-rich layer of their mother's skin using specialized dentition. This reproductive strategy has been observed in species such as Boulangerula titana and provides sustenance during early development in subterranean environments. Antarctic krill form one of the largest biomasses on Earth, estimated to exceed 500 million metric tons. They play a central role in the Southern Ocean food web and contribute significantly to carbon sequestration by transporting organic carbon to deep-sea layers through vertical migration and fecal deposition. The Muisca raft is a small votive artifact made of tumbaga, a gold-copper alloy discovered in a cave near the town of Pasca in Colombia, not in Lake Guatavita. Dating to the late Muisca period, circa 13th to 15th centuries CE, it depicts a ritual scene in which a chief stands on a raft surrounded by attendants, likely referencing initiation ceremonies linked to the legend of El Dorado. While its association with Lake Guatavita is symbolic, rather than archaeological, the artifact remains central to the myth's development. It is housed in the Gold Museum in Bogota. The Sumerian king list is an ancient Mesopotamian text preserved in multiple clay tablet copies, blending mythological and historical narratives. It lists rulers and dynasties, including a series of antediluvian kings with implausibly long reigns. The figure most commonly associated with the longest reign is Alulim of Eridu, said to have ruled for 28,800 years. Enmendur-Ana of Sippar, also in the list, is attributed a reign of 21,000 years. The Nazino Affair of 1933 involved the forced relocation of over 6,000 people to Nazino Island in western Siberia without supplies, shelter, or adequate planning. Within weeks, over 4,000 died or disappeared, with verified cases of cannibalism. The event, part of Soviet labor resettlement policies, stands as one of the more catastrophic results of improvised governance. The pen-tailed tree shrew, native to Malaysia, regularly consumes fermented nectar containing up to 3.5% alcohol, roughly beer strength, yet shows no behavioral signs of intoxication. It's possibly the only known mammal to drink nightly and still make it to work on time. Finland's archipelago sea contains over 40,000 islands, the most of any archipelago worldwide. Many are uninhabited, reachable only by seasonal boats or determined kayakers with a good map and lots of time. The area is part of the Baltic Sea and supports rich biodiversity despite challenging navigation. Bowhead whales are among the longest-lived mammals known, with individuals confirmed to live over 2 centuries. Harpoons dating to the 1800s have been found embedded in their blubber, indicating not only their age, but also their unfortunate experience with 19th century whaling technology. At its peak, Kowloon Walled City in Hong Kong housed over 30,000 residents within just 6.5 acres, creating the highest known population density on Earth. With no formal building codes, the city resembled a concrete honeycomb, eventually demolished in 1994 after decades of ad hoc vertical urbanism. The axial seamount, an underwater volcano located on the Juan de Fuca Ridge off the U.S. Pacific Northwest, inflates and deflates as magma moves beneath it, effectively making it the Earth's least entertaining balloon animal. It is one of the most closely monitored submarine volcanic systems due to its activity and accessibility. The Terracotta Army of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum includes over 8,000 life-size statues, each featuring unique facial characteristics. Archaeologists theorize they may have been modeled after actual soldiers from the 3rd century BCE, making it the largest and possibly the most patient army ever assembled. The Struve Geodetic Arc, stretching over 2,800 kilometers from Norway to the Black Sea, was used in the 19th century to calculate the size and shape of Earth. Comprising 34 preserved points, it was the first accurate multinational scientific measurement of a meridian arc. Essentially, a very long math problem carved into Europe. Ancient Egyptian doors often operated using stone pivot sockets rather than metal hinges. The pivots were set into recessed floor and ceiling blocks, allowing doors to rotate with surprising efficiency, a design that stayed in use for thousands of years, long before the invention of squeaky hinges. The rainbow eucalyptus, native to the Philippines and Indonesia, naturally sheds its bark in long strips, revealing green layers that shift to orange, purple, and maroon as they age. The result is a tree that looks like it was painted by someone indecisive about color palettes. Mammoth Cave in Kentucky is the longest known cave system in the world, with more than 680 kilometers of mapped passageways. It features a wide array of subterranean ecosystems and rivers, and was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1981 for its geological and biological significance. The International Celestial Reference Frame uses over 3,000 quasars, extremely distant, high-energy astronomical objects, as fixed reference points to chart the universe. Unlike Earth-based systems, the ICRF remains stable over time, unaffected by tectonic motion, making it the gold standard for high-precision space mapping. Yoro Falls, located in Gifu Prefecture, Japan, are associated with a well-known legend from the Nara period. According to the tale, the waters once transformed into sake and rejuvenated an elderly man, prompting Emperor Gensho to commemorate the site in connection with filial piety. While the story is part of local folklore and is referenced in classical literature such as the Shoku Nihongi, there is no historical record of a formal imperial decree citing sake as a civic virtue. In the year 1861, Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell demonstrated the principle of additive color using a photographic method involving red, green, and blue filters. The subject was a tartan ribbon, and the result, created by projecting 3 separate black and white negatives through corresponding colored filters, was the first successful demonstration of color projection. However, it was not a color photograph in the modern sense, as it did not produce a permanent color image. Although foundational for color theory and imaging, Maxwell's work predated the invention of color photographic plates, and does not directly relate to digital RGB pixels, which emerged from later electronic technologies. The San Pedro cactus, long associated with ceremonial use in Andean cultures, contains the hallucinogenic compound mescaline. Archaeological evidence of its ritual use dates back to at least 1500 BCE, particularly in the Kupusnik and Chavin cultures, placing its ceremonial role at over 3,500 years. While often described as native to the Andes, its precise origin remains debated, as it has been widely cultivated throughout western South America. The plant's vertical, ribbed growth is characteristic, but it does not follow a Fibonacci sequence. The devil's corkscrews of Nebraska were once misidentified as tree roots or fossilized sponges. Now confirmed to be ancient burrows of the extinct rodent Paleocastor, they're essentially Paleogene plumbing systems, etched into the earth by a creature with a strong sense of direction and no internet. Damascus, Syria, is widely considered the world's longest continuously inhabited city, with archaeological layers indicating urban settlement for over 11,000 years. From Neolithic trade centers to modern conflict zones, the city has withstood millennia of history without ever missing a census. The protozoan Spirostomum ambiguum is capable of contracting over 60% of its body length in under 5 milliseconds, among the fastest cellular movements recorded. This is achieved through a coiled protein spring called centrin, which stores tension and releases energy with remarkable speed. Essentially, it's a single-celled slingshot with no patience. In 2014, researchers continued advancing studies on combretistatin, a compound derived from the African bush willow. The molecule disrupts tubulin in tumor endothelial cells, leading to the collapse of internal tumor blood vessels. It remains under clinical investigation as a vascular disrupting agent for targeted cancer therapy. Bald eagles typically form lifelong monogamous pairs, returning to the same nesting site each breeding season. Both partners share responsibilities such as nest building, incubating eggs, and feeding young. Although they may seek a new mate if one dies or fails to return, most remain bonded for life. The ant species Myrmecocystus mexicanus stores nectar in the distended abdomens of select workers, forming honeypot ants. These individuals serve as food storage, suspended from the ceilings of desert nests. The behavior functions as a long-term adaptation to arid environments with seasonal food scarcity. Near Kalambo Falls, in Zambia, archaeologists in 2023 discovered a wooden structure dating back approximately 476,000 years. Made with notched interlocking logs, it is the oldest known example of carpentry and predates Homo sapiens, indicating tool use by an unidentified hominin species. The velvet worm, Peripatus, uses adhesive slime to immobilize prey. This slime is expelled from oral glands through rapid muscle contractions and solidifies on contact. The mechanism lacks traditional valves and is rare among invertebrates. The organism is studied for its primitive characteristics and predatory behavior. In 2017, LiDAR surveys in Tabasco, Mexico, first identified the vast ceremonial platform of Aguada Phoenix. Measuring over 1,400 meters long, it dates to around 1000 BCE. The site, studied further in 2019 and publicly announced in 2020, predates known dynastic structures and suggests organized communal construction before centralized Mayan governance. Alticus arnoldorum, The Pacific leaping blenny is a fish species that spends most of its life out of water. Found in intertidal zones of the Indo-Pacific, it uses tail and pectoral movement to jump across rocks and breathes through moist skin and oral tissues. Its habitat requires continuous access to wet surfaces. The Nebra sky disk, unearthed in Saxony-Anhalt, Germany in 2001, is a bronze artifact dated to approximately 1600 before Common Era. It is the oldest known representation of celestial bodies, depicting the Sun, Moon, and the Pleiades. The disk provides early evidence of astronomical observation in Central Europe. The Mimi virus, identified in 2003, is a large virus infecting amoebae. With a genome exceeding 1 million base pairs, it rivals bacterial genome sizes. It was the first virus discovered to host a parasitic virophage, prompting a re-evaluation of the boundary between viruses and cellular organisms. In 2010, scientists reported an underwater river in the Black Sea using remotely operated vehicles. It flows along the seabed, formed by denser saline water from the Bosphorus Strait. The current features define banks and channels and demonstrates stratified flow phenomena unique to submarine hydrodynamics. Diatoms are unicellular algae with cell walls composed of silica structures called frustules. These intricate forms exhibit nanoscale porosity and optical interference properties. Due to their regular geometry and resilience, they are studied for applications in nanotechnology, biosensing, and photonic materials. The caterpillar Lonomia obliqua, found in Brazil, possesses venom that inhibits coagulation. Contact with its spines causes systemic hemorrhaging. Confirmed fatalities have led to the development of a specific antivenom. Its venom contains procoagulant inhibitors and has been studied for medical and toxicological applications. Centrichia caenanervis is a bryophyte known for its extreme desiccation tolerance, primarily documented in the Gurbentungut Desert of northwestern China. Upon rehydration, it can resume photosynthetic activity within minutes, although full physiological recovery may take longer. While this trait is common among mosses, it remains a subject of active study for potential applications in stress-resilient crop biotechnology. Astatine, with atomic number 85, is a halogen element with extreme rarity and instability. Its isotopes have half-lives ranging from microseconds to a few hours. The estimated total quantity in Earth's crust is less than 1 gram at any time. Its name derives from the Greek word astatos, meaning unstable. Hydnora africana is a parasitic flowering plant native to southern Africa. It grows entirely underground except for its reproductive structure, which emits a strong odor resembling feces to attract dung beetles for pollination. The plant lacks chlorophyll and derives nutrients from host roots. The plant hopper Issus coleoptratus was found in 2013 to use a functional mechanical gear system at the base of its legs. The interlocking gear teeth synchronize hind leg movement during jumping. This mechanism ensures coordinated motion and reduces rotational deviation during escape responses. Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen, was born with 4 extra teeth in his upper jaw, a condition known as supernumerary teeth. He believed this unusual dental structure expanded his oral cavity, potentially enhancing his vocal range. Although he was self-conscious about his prominent smile, he never had the teeth corrected, fearing it might affect his singing ability. The Chukchi language of Siberia includes a grammatical feature known as volitionality, which differentiates verb forms based on whether the subject performs an action willingly or unwillingly. This distinction is rare among the world's languages and demonstrates a high degree of morphological specificity in conveying intent. High-resolution X-ray imaging of the Antikythera mechanism revealed that the ancient device not only predicted lunar phases and eclipses, but also the likely color of lunar eclipses. The terms used, dark, pale, or red, correspond to atmospheric conditions, indicating a sophisticated empirical understanding of eclipse visibility. The Basilica Cistern in Istanbul was constructed during the reign of Emperor Justinian in the 6th century. Among its repurposed architectural elements are two upside-down Medusa heads serving as column bases. The origin of the stones is unknown, and their inverted orientation may have held symbolic or structural significance. Neurospora crassa, a species of red bread mold, played a foundational role in molecular genetics during the 1940s. It was used by George Beadle and Edward Tatum to demonstrate that individual genes control specific enzymatic reactions, forming the basis of the one gene, one enzyme hypothesis. The Japanese architectural method known as yakisugi, or shosugi-ban, involves charring the surface of wood to preserve it. By carbonizing the outer layer, the process enhances resistance to moisture, insects, and decay. Originally practiced in the Edo period, it has re-emerged in sustainable design applications. In 2019, paleontologists studying fossils from Romania's Hatzig Basin described Balaur Bondoc, a dromaeosaurid theropod with an unusual skeletal structure. It possessed two prominent sickle-shaped claws on each foot, a trait not observed in other known dinosaur taxa, suggesting regional evolutionary divergence. Piezophilic microorganisms, or piezophiles, are extremophilic microbes that require high hydrostatic pressures to survive. Found in deep ocean environments, such as the Mariana Trench, these organisms possess membrane proteins and enzymes structurally adapted to pressures exceeding 1,000 atmospheres. The mineral ringwoodite, discovered in diamonds originating from Earth's mantle, contains water molecules within its crystal structure. Analysis indicates that vast quantities of water may be stored in the transition zone between the upper and lower mantle, possibly equaling 3 times the volume of Earth's surface oceans. The Mongolian deathworm is a cryptid of Central Asian folklore, believed to inhabit the Gobi Desert. It is described as subterranean and capable of emitting electric discharges or venom. Despite multiple expeditions, no verifiable evidence of its existence has been documented in the scientific record. The cosmological framework of the Zuni people includes 6 cardinal directions: north, south, east, west, zenith, and nadir. Each direction is associated with a color, a symbolic animal, and a spiritual guardian. This system informs ritual, mythology, and spatial orientation within the Zuni cultural context. The Sator square, a Latin palindrome composed of 5 words, Sator, Aripo, Tenet, Opera, Rotus, is notable for its multi-directional symmetry. Found in archaeological sites from Pompeii to medieval churches, its function remains uncertain, though hypotheses include religious symbolism and mnemonic utility. In the early 13th century, the Persian polymath Nasir al-Din al-Tusi developed a geometric model known as the Tusi couple. This consisted of a small circle rotating inside a larger one, generating linear motion. It was later cited in Copernican models as a component in celestial mechanics. The mountain tapir, Tapirus pinchaque, is the smallest and most endangered member of the tapir family. Native to high-altitude cloud forests of the northern Andes, it plays a crucial ecological role as a seed disperser. Ongoing threats include habitat loss and limited population size, with fewer than 2,000 individuals remaining. The deep-sea amphipod species Hirundellea gigas produces an aluminum hydroxide gel in its gut, derived from ingested sediment. This compound coats its exoskeleton and may serve as protection against extreme hydrostatic pressure, compensating for the lack of calcium in abyssal environments. The Javanese poetic system, known as Tembang Makapat, consists of fixed metrical patterns, each associated with a specific phase of human life, such as birth, education, love, and death. These poetic forms are employed in spiritual ceremonies, oral storytelling, and cultural instruction. Fusarium oxysporum is a soil-dwelling fungal pathogen known primarily for causing vascular wilt in a wide range of plants. While it belongs to the same genus as some mycotoxin-producing species, such as Fusarium graminearum and Fusarium culmorum, Fusarium oxysporum itself is not a primary producer of mycoestrogens like zearalenone. Mycoestrogens are indeed estrogen-mimicking compounds that can contaminate grains and affect endocrine function, but their production is more reliably associated with other Fusarium species. The Hadza people of northern Tanzania represent one of the last surviving hunter-gatherer societies. Genetic analyses reveal exceptionally high mitochondrial diversity, supporting the hypothesis of continuous human habitation in the East African Rift Valley over tens of thousands of years. The meteorite ALH 84001 was discovered in Antarctica in 1984 and has been confirmed as originating from Mars, based on isotopic and geochemical signatures matching the Martian atmosphere. It contains carbonate globules and microscopic structures that, in the 1990s, were interpreted by some researchers as potential fossilized microbial life. Although the biological interpretation remains controversial and unproven, ALH 84001 remains a significant object of study in the field of astrobiology. The bootlace worm, Linnaeus longissimus, is one of the longest known animals, with reported specimens exceeding 55 meters in length. It secretes a neurotoxic mucus to incapacitate prey and possesses significant regenerative capacity, making it a subject of interest in developmental biology. A bronze artifact, known as the Berlin Gold Hat, was found in a burial site in Germany. What's interesting is that its surface is covered in repeating patterned symbols, which researchers believe encode a lunar solar calendar spanning over 19 years. This appears to reflect an early understanding of the Metonic cycle, even though it contains no written numerals or formal inscriptions. In the ancient city of Copan, in present-day Honduras, rulers from a dynastic line of Maya kings integrated astronomy into urban design. Many of the city's monuments and temples are aligned to solar and lunar events. The site also includes a hieroglyphic stairway with over 1,000 carved glyphs, considered the longest known inscription in the entire Maya world. In parts of Korea, carved wooden poles called jangseung were traditionally erected at village borders. These totems often featured expressive guardian faces and inscriptions. Beyond their symbolic role in warding off harmful spirits, they also served administrative purposes by marking clan territories or village limits, a blend of cultural and practical function. The xenophyophore is a type of single-celled organism found in deep-sea environments. Despite being unicellular, some can grow over 20 centimeters in diameter. They build intricate external shells by gathering sediment, and they've been found at depths greater than 10,000 meters, making them one of the most extreme and unusually structured single-celled organisms known. The Cathedral of Seville in Spain was built atop the site of a former mosque, incorporating parts of the original Islamic structure. Its bell tower, La Giralda, was once a minaret and still features a sloped internal ramp wide enough for horseback ascents, an architectural feature designed for the muezzin to ride to the top for the call to prayer. A Tibetan medical text dating back to the 12th century details a system of pulse diagnosis involving 28 distinct pulse types. Practitioners use the fingertips to assess internal organ health and emotional balance by feeling subtle differences in rhythm and tension. This method predates similar diagnostic techniques in European medicine by several centuries. The Ravenala madagascariensis, commonly called the traveler's tree, is native to Madagascar and stores rainwater in the bases of its large leaves. Interestingly, the plant tends to grow with its fan-like leaves aligned roughly east to west, which early travelers sometimes used as a rudimentary compass for orientation. On the islands of Malta, megalithic temples like Hagar Kim and Menastra were constructed more than 5,000 years ago. These stone complexes are carefully aligned to mark sunrise during solstices. They predate both Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids and offer an early example of architectural planning based on astronomical observation. The alpine weta is a flightless insect native to New Zealand's mountains. It can survive internal freezing at temperatures as low as -9 degrees Celsius by producing ice-binding proteins that control ice growth, enabling thawing without fatal damage. This rare freeze tolerance is key to its winter survival. In the early 20th century, Russian biophysicist Alexander Gurwitch proposed that cells emit faint ultraviolet light, a phenomenon he called mitogenetic radiation. Though controversial at the time, later research using photomultiplier tubes confirmed that living cells emit ultra-weak light, now known as biophotons. These emissions are currently studied in relation to oxidative stress and cellular communication. Some tree frogs in the Philomedusa genus, native to South America, secrete peptides that strongly affect the nervous system. One such compound, dermorphin, interacts with opioid receptors and is significantly more potent than morphine. Certain indigenous groups have used these secretions in traditional rituals, often referred to as kambo, for both physical and spiritual purposes. The moon Iapetus, one of Saturn's outer satellites, has a distinctive equatorial ridge that rises as high as 13 kilometers in some sections. This ridge runs along much of the moon's equator, giving it an unusual walnut-like shape. The origin of the ridge remains uncertain, with hypotheses ranging from ancient ring material to internal geological activity. The volcano rabbit, Romero lagustiazi, is found only on the slopes of extinct volcanoes near Mexico City. It's one of the smallest rabbit species and uses high-pitched whistles as alarm signals rather than foot thumping. Its limited habitat makes it vulnerable to environmental changes and human activity. Archaeologists excavating at Abydos, Egypt, announced in 2021 the discovery of a large-scale brewery dating to approximately 3,000 years ago, 1100 BCE, during the early First Dynasty. The facility includes 8 production units, each containing multiple large ceramic basins used for heating a mixture of water, grain, and other ingredients. Estimates suggest the vats could each hold over 300 gallons. Evidence indicates the beer was likely produced for use in royal or ritual ceremonies associated with nearby temple complexes. This site is considered one of the oldest known industrial-scale breweries in the world. Zemanite is a rare mineral first identified in Austria that contains tellurium and forms distinctive tubular crystals. Its structure is of interest in crystallography due to its unique geometry and composition. However, it's found in only a few localities around the world, making it both scientifically valuable and geologically uncommon. In India's Nameri National Park, a freshwater fish species called Batis batis displays rapid color changes. Males, in particular, shift hues during social encounters to signal aggression or submission. This level of dynamic color communication is relatively rare among freshwater species. The Diderot effect is a concept in consumer psychology describing how the acquisition of a new item can prompt a series of additional purchases aimed at achieving aesthetic or functional consistency. The term was coined by anthropologist Grant McCracken in the 20th century, inspired by an 18th century essay by Denis Diderot. In the essay, Diderot recounts how receiving a luxurious new robe led him to replace many other possessions that suddenly felt out of place. In the 14th century BCE, Mycenaean warriors used boar tusk helmets composed of multiple polished tusk plates sewn onto leather caps. These helmets were both lightweight and durable, offering protection without metal. Archaeological evidence of such helmets appears in shaft graves at Mycenae and in Linear B records, and they are referenced in Homer's Iliad as status symbols of elite combatants. The Arctic ground squirrel survives hibernation by supercooling its blood plasma to below 0 degrees Celsius without forming ice crystals. During this state, cerebral activity is nearly undetectable, and metabolic functions slow drastically. This mechanism, involving regulated urea accumulation and selective gene expression, has made the species a model organism in suspended animation and neuroprotection research. The ocean sunfish holds the record for vertebrate fecundity, with females capable of producing up to 300 million eggs per spawning cycle. Adult specimens can exceed 1,000 kilograms, yet their larvae hatch at under 2 millimeters. Despite high egg output, juvenile survival rates remain extremely low, contributing to research on life history trade-offs in marine teleosts. During the Hellenistic period, Greek engineers designed automata powered by pneumatic and hydraulic systems. Hero of Alexandria documented devices including steam-driven mechanical birds, automatic temple doors, and coin-operated dispensers in his 1st century CE works such as Pneumatica. These devices represent some of the earliest known programmable mechanical systems in antiquity. The Tokelauan language, part of the Polynesian branch of the Austronesian family, contains distinct pronouns for inclusive and exclusive first-person plural. This grammatical feature differentiates whether the listener is included in we. Such systems influence interpersonal interaction and are found in many Pacific languages, reflecting linguistic strategies for expressing group boundaries. Celadon ceramics of the Goryeo dynasty in Korea, active from the 10th to the 14th century CE, achieved a translucent green glaze by firing iron oxide-rich slip under reducing conditions. Mastery of this method led to uniform microcrystalline structure, with surviving pieces showing high chemical durability and uniformity in glaze depth, representing a technological peak in East Asian kiln ceramics. Japanese swordsmiths in the 16th century developed blades with nanostructured steel through repeated folding, hammering, and quenching. Modern transmission electron microscopy has identified carbon nanotube-like formations within the steel matrix, enhancing both flexibility and tensile strength. These features emerged unintentionally through manual thermomechanical processing and have been studied for metallurgical applications. Philolaus of Croton, a 5th century BCE Pythagorean philosopher, proposed a cosmological model where celestial bodies, including Earth, revolved around a central fire. Though lacking empirical foundation, the model represents one of the earliest documented departures from geocentrism. Surviving fragments of his writings influenced later Hellenistic astronomical speculation and proto-heliocentric theories. Underwater brinicles form in polar seas when supercooled, saline water descends from sea ice, freezing surrounding seawater into tubular ice structures. These brinicles can grow several meters long and entrap benthic organisms upon contact. First observed in situ during the 20th century, they exemplify cryopeg formation and convective brine rejection in marine thermohaline systems. The radula of chiton mollusks, such as Cryptochiton stellari, contains teeth reinforced with magnetite, a hard, naturally magnetic iron oxide. These biomineralized structures enable scraping of algae from rocky substrates. The magnetite layer exhibits hardness exceeding 5 gigapascals, making them among the most wear-resistant biological materials currently known. In Norse mythology, the ship Naglfar is said to be constructed from the untrimmed fingernails of the dead and will carry giants during Ragnarok. As a preventive measure, Norse funeral customs required nail trimming prior to burial. The myth appears in the prose Edda, compiled by Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century. Thujon, a monoterpene ketone found in Artemisia absinthium, was historically believed to induce hallucinations in absinthe consumers. Later pharmacological studies revealed it acts as a GABAA receptor antagonist, causing neuroexcitation in high doses. Regulatory limits now cap thujon concentration in commercial spirits to under 10 milligrams per liter in the European Union. A mural at the Neolithic site of Çatalhöyük in central Turkey, dated to approximately 6000 BCE, is hypothesized to depict the eruption of the Hasan Dağı volcano behind a schematic layout of the settlement. If confirmed, this would represent the oldest known visual record of a volcanic eruption and an early form of environmental documentation. The maned wolf, native to South American grasslands, is the largest canid on the continent, but is not closely related to foxes or wolves. Its elongated limbs facilitate movement through tall vegetation. It uses low-frequency roar barks for long-range communication, and its omnivorous diet includes fruit, insects, and small mammals. In the 17th century, European shipbuilders applied copper sheathing to the hulls of naval and merchant vessels as an anti-fouling measure. The copper inhibited barnacle growth and corrosion, reducing drag and maintenance costs. These early maritime applications inadvertently produced corrosion patterns that later contributed to the study of galvanic reactions and modern material science. NASA selected Jezero Crater as the landing site for the Perseverance rover based on orbital imagery indicating an ancient river delta. Spectral data revealed the presence of phyllosilicates and other clay-rich minerals, suggesting prolonged contact with liquid water. The site is used to investigate paleo-environmental conditions and the potential for preserved biosignatures. A supercritical fluid is defined as a phase in which a substance exceeds its critical temperature and pressure, exhibiting properties of both liquids and gases. Supercritical carbon dioxide is commonly used in industrial processes, such as caffeine extraction and environmentally benign solvent systems, due to its tunable solvating power and low toxicity. The Subak irrigation system, developed in Bali rather than Java, is a centuries-old water management network coordinated through temple-based institutions. Dating back to at least the 11th century CE, Subak links rice farming with a cooperative, decentralized structure overseen by priestly councils. These councils align agricultural cycles with a lunar calendar and religious rituals, sustaining ecological balance and rice productivity across entire watersheds. Eridu, located in present-day Dhikar Governorate, Iraq, is considered one of the earliest urban centers in Mesopotamian history. Founded circa 5400 BCE, it was dedicated to the god Enki and contains architectural remains of some of the first known ziggurats. Excavations were led by Fuad Safar and Seton Lloyd in the mid-20th century. Bismuth telluride exhibits topological insulating behavior at cryogenic temperatures, where surface states remain conductive while the bulk remains non-conductive. This quantum state is protected by time reversal symmetry and is under investigation for use in thermoelectric generation and fault-tolerant quantum computing. The Devonian period, dating from approximately 419 to 359 million years ago, marked a major diversification of jawed and lobe-finned fishes. It also witnessed the evolution of vascular land plants and the development of the first terrestrial forests, contributing to large-scale atmospheric and ecological shifts. The John Froome movement, a syncretic belief system classified as a cargo cult, originated on the island of Tanna in the Republic of Vanuatu during the early to mid-20th century. It centers around a semi-mythical American figure associated with the arrival of military cargo during World War II. The movement continues to hold ceremonial events. Pyroelectricity, the generation of electric charge in response to temperature changes, occurs in minerals such as tourmaline and quartz. This phenomenon was first described systematically by Carl Linnaeus and Franz Aepinus in the 18th century, though evidence suggests it was observed as early as the classical Greek period. Jomon pottery, named after the cord-marked impressions used in its decoration, dates back to approximately 14,000 BCE in Japan. It is among the oldest known examples of ceramic technology globally. The artifacts suggest a sedentary hunter-gatherer culture capable of producing storage vessels and ritual items during the early Holocene. Kyoto's Kamigamo Shrine has used traditional turf roofs since 794 CE, maintained by hereditary guilds. Their living grass insulation, installed through time-honored techniques, provides natural temperature regulation without modern materials. This sustainable method preserves historic craftsmanship and the shrine's timeless connection to Japan's cultural and architectural heritage. The Rongorongo script of Easter Island remains undeciphered. Despite the survival of 24 wooden tablets bearing glyphic inscriptions, no bilingual text or cipher has been found. Colonial disruption and missionary destruction of records in the 19th century eliminated local transmission of reading knowledge before modern analysis could begin. Torpedo rays, members of the Torpedinidae family, were documented in Greco-Roman medical texts as therapeutic instruments. Practitioners, including Scribonius Largus, applied live electric rays to treat pain conditions such as gout and neuralgia, exploiting the ray's ability to generate bioelectric discharges through electrocyte organs. The Akashic records are a metaphysical construct within theosophical and esoteric traditions. First referenced by Helena Blavatsky in the late 19th century, they are described as a non-physical repository of all consciousness-related phenomena. Despite widespread influence in New Age and occult thought, the concept remains unverified by empirical science. The Lombard effect describes how humans and animals involuntarily raise their vocal volume in noisy environments. First studied in the early 20th century, it's now used in speech therapy and understanding neural control of vocalization. The Vasa, a 17th century Swedish warship, sank on its maiden voyage in 1628 due to poor design and imbalance. Salvaged in 1961, it's one of the best preserved wooden ships ever recovered and remains largely intact. Stromatolites are layered biostructures formed by cyanobacteria. Fossils dating back 3.5 billion years suggest these organisms were among the first to produce oxygen via photosynthesis, contributing to Earth's atmospheric evolution. Baculites were straight-shelled cephalopods that lived during the late Cretaceous period. Their internal chambered structures, preserved in fossil form, are detailed enough to allow studies of ancient seawater composition and magnetic polarity. These fossils offer one of the few ways to reconstruct paleoceanographic and geomagnetic data using biogenic material. The pied tamarin, Saguinus bicolor, is native to the forested areas surrounding Manaus, Brazil. It's currently listed as critically endangered, largely due to urban expansion and competition with the more adaptable red-handed tamarin. Its remaining populations are restricted to fragmented secondary growth habitats, which poses additional challenges for conservation. A meteorite discovered near Fukang, China, in the early 2000s contains olivine crystals embedded in a nickel-iron matrix. This specimen belongs to a rare class of stony iron meteorites called pallasites. The internal crystalline structure, visible when thinly sliced and backlit, has made it an object of scientific and aesthetic interest. Inside the cochlea of the human inner ear, mechanical vibrations are converted into electrical signals through a process that resembles a real-time Fourier transform. Different parts of the cochlear spiral are tuned to different frequencies, allowing complex sounds to be decomposed into their component tones before being transmitted via the auditory nerve. The Javan rhinoceros, Rhinoceros sondicus, has a surviving population confined to Ujung Kulon National Park in Indonesia. Fewer than 80 individuals remain, and the species is considered the rarest large land mammal. It is elusive and tends to avoid open terrain, making observation and documentation especially difficult. Liquid mirror telescopes use reflective metals like mercury to form a parabolic surface by spinning the liquid at a constant rate. Because they are limited to vertical observation, these telescopes are primarily used in survey work. Their low manufacturing cost and optical precision offer distinct advantages for certain observational tasks. Cuneiform tablets from ancient Sumer, dating as early as 2000 BCE, include descriptions of symptoms, diagnoses, and treatment procedures. These early medical texts documented over 200 ailments, including instructions based on behavioral observation and ritual divination, showing an early attempt to formalize medical knowledge. The fossil Tulamonstrum gregarium, commonly called the Tully Monster, was discovered in Mason Creek deposits in Illinois. Despite extensive study, its classification remains uncertain due to its unusual morphology. A soft, elongated body, stalked eyes, and a terminal proboscis. It is often cited as an example of extinct anatomical novelty. The wild yak, Bos mutus, native to the Tibetan Plateau, has hemoglobin with a higher affinity for oxygen than that of lowland cattle. This adaptation allows efficient oxygen transport in environments above 5,000 meters and has drawn attention from biomedical researchers studying hypoxia resistance. The giant African millipede, Archospirostreptus gigas, can grow over 30 centimeters long and possesses hundreds of legs. When threatened, it secretes a chemical defense that includes hydrogen cyanide. Despite this, it is often kept in captivity due to its non-aggressive behavior and ecological role in decomposing plant material. Linear B tablets from Mycenaean Greece, dated to the late Bronze Age, indicate early examples of regional branding. Products like perfumed oils were marked with ideograms specifying their place of origin, reflecting a form of controlled distribution and perhaps economic identity tied to palatial centers. An artificial eyeball discovered in a burial site at Shar-e-Sukte in Iran has been dated to approximately 4,800 years ago. It was constructed from a paste of bitumen and animal fat and featured fine gold threads simulating capillaries, possibly indicating both functional and ceremonial use. The so-called London hammer, found encased in mineralized rock near London, Texas, has sparked debate since its discovery. While the hammer is of modern design, geologists explain that mineral concretion around it formed naturally over time, likely due to water percolation in limestone-rich environments. Tardigrades possess a protein known as DZUP, or damage suppressor, which binds to DNA and protects it from ionizing radiation. Laboratory experiments have successfully inserted this protein into human cells, increasing their resistance to DNA damage, a finding that continues to inform genetic and space biology studies. The Ishango bone, excavated from the Democratic Republic of Congo and dated to over 20,000 years ago, features incised notches along its surface. Some interpretations suggest that these markings may represent arithmetic sequences or early counting systems, potentially involving prime numbers. In Kawah Ijen volcano in East Java, sulfur gases combust when exposed to oxygen, producing vivid blue flames at night. The phenomenon results from high-temperature oxidation of sulfur, and the liquid sulfur runoff appears to glow due to reflected light, a visually unusual but naturally occurring process. The salmon cannon is a pneumatic device designed to assist salmon in bypassing man-made barriers like dams. It uses a flexible tube and pressure differential to move fish safely over obstacles, minimizing physical stress during migration. This method is currently used in river restoration and conservation projects. In Botswana's Sotelo Hills, more than 4,000 ancient rock paintings have been documented across sandstone cliffs. These artworks are attributed to the San people and reflect spiritual and ritual use of the area. Archaeological evidence indicates continuous human activity at the site for over 20,000 years. The silkhenge spider, first documented in the Amazon rainforest, constructs web structures composed of a central vertical silk spire encircled by regularly spaced silk posts, forming a circular perimeter. The central spire contains a single egg. As of current knowledge, both the species responsible and the function of this web design remain unidentified due to limited direct observation and incomplete taxonomic classification. The Voyager Golden Record, launched aboard Voyager 1 in 1977, includes a pulsar map designed by Frank Drake and Carl Sagan. The diagram depicts the position of 14 pulsars relative to the Sun, with each labeled by its frequency in binary. This configuration provides a spatio-temporal reference frame to locate Earth's solar system based on known pulsar decay rates. The Tam Lod cave complex in Mae Hong Son Province, Thailand, contains prehistoric teak wood coffins positioned on high vertical ledges within the limestone chamber system. Radiocarbon dating estimates the coffins to be over 2,000 years old. The elevation and inaccessible placement of the coffins have led to ongoing archaeological debate regarding transport and installation methods. The 12th century account of the Green Children of Woolpit, recorded by chroniclers William of Newburgh and Ralph of Coggeshall, describes two children of unknown origin with green-tinged skin and a non-English language. The event, occurring in Suffolk, England, is often analyzed in folkloristics as an intersection of medieval oral tradition and undocumented population movements. Lycopodium spores, composed primarily of sporopollenin, exhibit high flammability due to their hydrophobic surface and fine particulate size. In historical contexts, they were used in early pyrotechnic displays to create controlled fireballs. Their use persists in theatrical effects, where combustion, in aerosolized form, produces rapid flame propagation with minimal smoke. The isopod, Cimothoa exigua, conducts a unique parasitic life cycle, entering a fish's mouth, displacing its tongue, and attaching as a functional replacement. This remarkable adaptation, the only known case of a parasite substituting a vertebrate's organ, showcases the ingenuity of marine symbiosis and the intricate relationships shaped by evolution. The shepherd's dial, used in medieval Europe, functioned as a portable timekeeping instrument. Its cylindrical body, with hour markings calibrated to solar declination, featured a string gnomon aligned to cast a shadow. It allowed for temporal measurement during daylight hours at various latitudes, predating mechanical watches. The Inca Empire's administration relied on quipus, knotted string devices encoding numerical data in a base 10 system. Calculations were likely performed on upana counting boards using pebbles or seeds. These tools enabled efficient census, taxation, and resource management across a vast, multilingual empire, as attested by both colonial records and modern research. Teratomas are germ cell tumors capable of differentiating into multiple tissue types, including teeth, hair, and ocular structures. These neoplasms result from pluripotent cell line misregulation and are found in both gonadal and extragonadal locations. Their complex differentiation patterns offer valuable models for embryological research and developmental biology. Hydropotes inermis, commonly known as the Chinese water deer, lacks antlers but exhibits pronounced maxillary canines that form downward extending tusks. These structures are sexually dimorphic and used in intraspecific competition. The species is indigenous to China and the Korean Peninsula and occupies riparian habitats. The domestication syndrome hypothesis, proposed by Dmitry Belyaev and expanded in later developmental studies, attributes morphological and behavioral traits shared among domesticated mammals to changes in neural crest cell development. Observed features include depigmentation, reduced aggression, craniofacial shortening, and altered ear morphology. Giant viruses, such as Pandora virus and mollyvirus, were first isolated in the early 21st century from permafrost and aquatic environments. They possess double-stranded DNA genomes exceeding 2 million base pairs and structural dimensions up to 1 micrometer, challenging the traditional size and complexity criteria separating viruses from cellular organisms. The Mapimi Silent Zone, located in the Bolson de Mapimi in northern Mexico, is a region associated with anecdotal accounts of radio silence and magnetic anomalies. While no reproducible electromagnetic irregularities have been verified, the area supports a distinctive desert biome with numerous endemic species due to its ecological isolation. Lichtenberg figures are dendritic patterns resulting from dielectric breakdown in insulating materials subjected to high-voltage discharge. In biological tissues, they may appear on human skin following lightning strikes, forming transient fractal burns that correspond to vascular networks affected by current flow. Monocentris japonica, commonly referred to as the pinecone fish, harbors bioluminescent symbiotic bacteria within suborbital photophores. These bacteria emit light through luciferase-catalyzed reactions and facilitate nocturnal navigation and communication. Colonization occurs environmentally rather than vertically through inheritance. The archaeological site of Chan Chan, located in Peru's Moche Valley, was the capital of the Chimu civilization from approximately 900 to 1470 CE. Its adobe architecture features intricate bas-relief friezes depicting marine and avian motifs. Hydraulic infrastructure and segmented palace compounds indicate a highly stratified socio-political system. Ultra-conserved elements are genomic sequences of at least 200 base pairs that remain perfectly conserved across divergent vertebrate lineages, including humans, mice, and chickens. Initially described in 2004 by Bejarano et al., their function is still under investigation, though evidence suggests roles in transcriptional regulation and developmental gene networks. The mangrove killifish, found in mangrove swamps from Florida to Brazil, is capable of surviving terrestrial conditions for periods exceeding several weeks. It accomplishes cutaneous respiration and is one of the few known vertebrates that can reproduce via self-fertilization, possessing both functional ovarian and testicular tissues within a single individual. Ginkgo biloba, a gymnosperm species, is the only surviving member of the order Ginkgoales, which first appeared in the Permian period. Morphologically unchanged for over 200 million years, the species demonstrated extreme resilience during the 20th century, with 6 trees surviving the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and regenerating from scorched stumps. Ötzi, the 5,300-year-old Iceman found in the Alps, bears 61 tattoos made with soot. Their placement coincides with areas of chronic pain, leading researchers to suggest a therapeutic, possibly analgesic, purpose. This remarkable connection highlights the sophistication of ancient European medicine and the enduring quest to relieve suffering through innovation. The White Sands region in New Mexico consists primarily of gypsum dunes. Unlike quartz-based sands, gypsum has high reflectivity and low thermal conductivity, resulting in surface temperatures that remain comparatively low even under direct solar exposure, producing an atypical desert thermal profile. The ram's horn squid is a remarkable deep-sea cephalopod with an internal, spiraled, gas-filled shell that allows precise buoyancy control. It typically swims vertically, shells up, and emits bioluminescent light from a specialized organ at its rear. These adaptations highlight the ingenuity of life in the ocean's mysterious depths. Trinitite is an amorphous glass formed on July 16, 1945, during the detonation of the first atomic device at the Trinity site, New Mexico. The blast fused desert sand into a glassy matrix composed of silica, feldspar, and trace radionuclides, marking the onset of anthropogenic geological alteration. The timbal organ of cicadas produces acoustic signals through high-speed deformation of chitinous ribs located in the abdomen. Some species, such as Magicicada cassini, can emit sounds exceeding 120 decibels. This mechanism is used for mating calls and varies across genera in frequency and amplitude. The Saqqara bird, discovered in an Egyptian tomb dated to approximately 200 BCE, is a wooden artifact resembling a stylized avian glider with fixed wings and a vertical tail. While aerodynamic interpretations have been proposed, there is no conclusive evidence of its use beyond possible symbolic or ceremonial functions. The Azorella compacta, commonly known as Yarida, is a flowering plant in the family Apiaceae endemic to the high Andes. It grows at elevations above 3,200 meters and exhibits an extremely slow growth rate of approximately 1.5 centimeters per year. Individual colonies are estimated to be over 3,000 years old. The basking shark, the second largest extant fish species, is a planktivorous filter feeder that utilizes gill rakers to process more than 500 tons of seawater per hour. Breaching behavior has been documented, with individuals leaping completely out of the water despite their large body mass. Hypervelocity stars, first identified in 2005, are stellar bodies ejected from the galactic center at velocities exceeding 1 million kilometers per hour due to gravitational interactions with the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A star. Some have achieved escape velocity sufficient to leave the gravitational influence of the Milky Way. The Haenyeo of Jeju Island, South Korea, are female freedivers who harvest marine resources without the use of scuba apparatus. Operating at depths of up to 20 meters, many practitioners continue into their 70s and 80s. In 2016, their cultural practice was inscribed by UNESCO as intangible heritage. The Tom and Shud case involves an unidentified male corpse discovered on Somerton Beach near Adelaide, Australia, in December 1948. A scrap of paper inscribed with the phrase Tamam Shud from a 12th century Persian poem was found in his clothing. The case remains unsolved despite multiple forensic investigations. Trichinophila clavata, commonly known as the Joro spider, is a large orb-weaving arachnid native to East Asia. Since its detection in Georgia in 2014, it has spread throughout the southeastern United States. The species employs ballooning behavior for aerial dispersal and is considered non-aggressive to humans. The Arctic tern completes the longest known annual migratory route among animal species, traveling between Arctic breeding grounds and Antarctic feeding zones. Each round-trip migration covers an estimated 70,000 kilometers, exposing the species to extended periods of daylight in both hemispheres. St. Elmo's fire is a corona discharge phenomenon resulting from atmospheric ionization during thunderstorms. It typically manifests as a bluish or violet glow around sharp, grounded objects such as ship masts or aircraft wingtips, occurring when the electric field strength exceeds approximately 100 kilovolts per meter. Monte Testaccio in Rome is an artificial mound composed almost entirely of discarded amphorae used for transporting olive oil during the Roman Empire. The site contains fragments from an estimated 53 million vessels and provides detailed archaeological data on Roman trade, packaging, logistics, and consumption patterns. The yin-yang fish is a naturally occurring two-toned mutation in carp, characterized by a distinct division of pigmentation running vertically through the body. This type of genetic chimerism results from two embryos merging early in development. The contrasting black and white pattern closely resembles the traditional Taoist yin-yang symbol, and it occurs without selective breeding or artificial alteration. The jewel wasp, scientifically known as Ampulex compressa, uses a specialized method of parasitism. It injects venom directly into a cockroach's central nervous system, targeting specific brain regions that suppress escape reflexes. After disabling the host's defense responses, the wasp leads it into a burrow and lays an egg on it. The developing larva feeds on the still-living cockroach in a regulated sequence to preserve its viability. The Naga fireballs are luminous spheres reportedly seen rising from the Mekong River, particularly near the border between Thailand and Laos. Observations tend to cluster around the end of Buddhist Lent. While some scientists have proposed natural explanations involving methane combustion or light refraction, no definitive mechanism has been confirmed. The phenomenon is still culturally significant and draws local festivals each year. The fruit fly, Drosophila melanogaster, remains a foundational model organism in biological research. With a life cycle of approximately 10 days and a fully sequenced genome, it has contributed to key discoveries in genetics, including chromosomal inheritance and gene regulation. Its ease of breeding and visible phenotypic mutations continue to make it useful in studies ranging from developmental biology to behavior. The Jamaican iguana was presumed extinct by the mid-20th century, but was rediscovered in 1990 in the Hellshire Hills region. It remains critically endangered, with fewer than 200 individuals in the wild. Conservation efforts now focus on predator control, especially invasive mongooses, and monitoring nesting sites to improve hatchling survival. The Amazonian manatee is the only manatee species adapted exclusively to freshwater ecosystems. Found in the Amazon basin, it moves with seasonal flood pulses and relies on aquatic vegetation. Despite murky water conditions, mother and calf pairs maintain contact through vocalizations, and their behavior remains difficult to observe directly in the wild. NASA's OSIRIS-REx mission to asteroid Bennu revealed that its surface consists of loosely bound regolith. During the sampling maneuver in 2020, the spacecraft encountered unexpectedly low surface cohesion, nearly sinking into the asteroid. This suggests Bennu is a rubble pile structure held together primarily by gravity rather than solid rock. The Nubian sandstone aquifer system extends beneath several North African countries, including Egypt, Libya, Chad, and Sudan. It stores fossil groundwater that is believed to be tens of thousands of years old, dating to periods when the region had a much wetter climate. The aquifer is considered a strategic freshwater reserve in a hyper-arid zone. The Yunnan Lake newt was declared extinct in 2004. Once endemic to a single region in Yunnan Province, China, it suffered habitat degradation and water pollution. Most of what is known about the species comes from limited specimens collected in the early 20th century. Zooniverse is a crowdsourced research platform launched in 2007, that enables public participation in scientific analysis. Volunteers have classified galaxies, digitized handwritten records, and identified wildlife in camera trap footage. The platform has contributed to peer-reviewed publications and has helped discover rare astronomical phenomena such as gravitational lenses and exoplanets. The Blaschka glass models, created by Leopold and Rudolf Blaschka in the 19th century, depict marine invertebrates with scientific precision using clear and colored glass. These models were used in natural history museums and universities before underwater photography existed and continue to serve educational and artistic purposes due to their anatomical accuracy. Arizona's Petrified Forest National Park includes the Jasper Forest, where fossilized conifer logs from the late Triassic period have been preserved through mineral replacement. Silica from volcanic ash permeated the wood tissue over millions of years, eventually forming quartz that retained the original textures of bark and growth rings. The term chronic villager syndrome has been used to describe public health consequences in Nauru after phosphate mining brought sudden economic change. As traditional food systems declined, imported processed foods became dominant. Today, Nauru has some of the highest recorded rates of obesity, diabetes, and kidney disease in the world. The baculovirus infects caterpillars such as those of the gypsy moth, altering their behavior through gene expression. Infected insects climb to elevated positions before dying, after which their bodies rupture and release viral particles that descend onto vegetation below. This strategy enhances viral spread through physical positioning of the host. The Leaning Tower of Pisa underwent stabilization beginning in the late 1990s. Engineers reduced its tilt by approximately 45 centimeters using soil extraction and anchoring techniques. The goal was to prevent further collapse while maintaining the visual tilt. The structure now leans at an angle of roughly 4 degrees. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent at Teotihuacan features elaborate iconography, including over 200 stone serpent heads embedded in the pyramid facade. Archaeological excavations have uncovered mass burials aligned with construction phases, indicating that large-scale ritual sacrifices were integral to its development during the 3rd century CE. The Cubozoan species Tripidalia cystophora possesses 24 eyes arranged in 4 sensory structures called rhopalia. These include complex lens-based eyes, analogous to vertebrate camera-type eyes. Despite lacking a centralized nervous system, the organism exhibits spatial navigation and obstacle avoidance behaviors, particularly within mangrove root habitats where it is commonly found. The Dharmachakra has ancient Vedic roots as a symbol of cosmic and royal authority. Later prominent in Hinduism and Buddhism, it came to represent moral law, cyclical time, and righteous governance, embodying spiritual and societal ideals across centuries, from early rituals to enduring religious and political iconography. The Hanging Temple, or Xuankong Temple, located at Mount Heng in Shanxi Province, China, was constructed approximately 15 centuries ago. Positioned 75 meters above ground level, the structure integrates elements from Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. Wooden beams anchored into horizontal holes in the cliff face support the suspended architecture. Mycoplasma genitalium is a bacterium with a genome comprising approximately 520 genes, making it one of the smallest genomes among autonomously replicating organisms. It was utilized in Craig Venter's synthetic minimal cell project aiming to determine the minimal genetic components required for cellular viability. Agnotology is a research field coined by historian Robert N. Proctor that examines the cultural and political production of ignorance. It includes the systematic obfuscation or suppression of scientific information, such as industry-led misinformation on tobacco, climate change, and pharmaceuticals through selective publication and disinformation strategies. The genus Esoetes, commonly known as quillworts, consists of aquatic lycophytes that reproduce via heterospory, producing both microspores and megaspores. Fossil evidence from Carboniferous strata indicates their evolutionary lineage contributed to dominant wetland flora in Paleozoic ecosystems, alongside arborescent ferns and calamites. The freshwater fish Colosoma macropomum, commonly referred to as pacu, possesses malariform teeth adapted for crushing nuts and seeds. Though primarily herbivorous, it has occasionally bitten humans, leading to mischaracterizations. The square-shaped teeth resemble human dentition and contribute to niche differentiation within Amazonian river systems. The flightless bird Rhea americana demonstrates male-based parental investment. Males construct nests, incubate eggs laid by multiple females, and provide all chick-rearing activities. Anti-predator strategies include the construction of decoy nests, a rare behavioral adaptation among large terrestrial birds. The Neolithic site of Skara Brae in Orkney, Scotland, dates to approximately 3100 BCE. Excavated structures feature integrated stone furnishings, subterranean passageways, and a drainage system. The site offers significant insights into early domestic architecture in prehistoric northern Europe. Coccolithophores are unicellular haptophyte algae that secrete calcareous plates known as coccoliths. These organisms contribute to global carbon cycling and reflectivity of the ocean surface. Satellite imagery often detects large-scale blooms, which influence biogeochemical processes in marine environments. Physalia physalis, commonly known as the Portuguese man-o'-war, is a colonial siphonophore composed of physiologically integrated zooids. The gas-filled pneumatophore enables surface flotation, while the tentacles, which can exceed 30 meters in length, deliver venomous nematocysts used for prey capture and defense. The Carrymore anomaly in the Mariana Trench exhibits unusual sonar reflections, as observed by submersibles. While its origin remains unknown, possible explanations include methane hydrate deposits or distinctive sediment layers that affect sound transmission. This enigmatic feature highlights the ocean's ongoing capacity to surprise and inspire scientific curiosity about the deep seafloor's complex geology. The mega tsunami in Lituya Bay, Alaska, on the 9th of July, 1958, was initiated by a seismic-induced landslide. The resultant wave reached a run-up height of 524 meters, the highest ever recorded. The event caused 3 fatalities and drastically altered local geomorphology. Obsidian hydration dating is an archaeometric technique that estimates artifact age by measuring the thickness of the hydration rim formed as water diffuses into volcanic glass surfaces. It is particularly applicable to lithic tools in regions with limited organic material for radiocarbon dating. The Rasputin effect describes how a person's influence can grow after death through myth-making. Named for Grigory Rasputin, whose historical significance was exaggerated over time despite contemporary challenges, it illustrates the interplay between memory, storytelling, and the cultural transformation of legacy. Tenrex, Madagascar's diverse small mammals may enter daily torpor or even true hibernation, rare for tropical species. Some species also use high-frequency tongue clicks for echolocation, aiding navigation in low light. These unusual adaptations highlight evolutionary creativity in Madagascar's unique ecosystems. The desert-adapted Rheum palaestinum, also known as desert rhubarb, has corrugated funnel-shaped leaves that direct rainwater efficiently to the root zone. This adaptation enhances water capture in arid climates and reduces surface evaporation, contributing to its survival in low precipitation environments. Bocchilla trifoliolata is a South American vine known for its remarkable foliar mimicry. It can alter leaf morphology, including shape, size, and pigmentation, to resemble host plants. Studies suggest light-mediated or volatile chemical cues may guide this phenotypic plasticity, though the underlying mechanism remains unresolved. The Megascalides australis, or giant Gippsland earthworm, is an endemic Australian species capable of reaching lengths exceeding 3 meters. It produces audible gurgling sounds as it moves through saturated subsoil. Despite its size, it remains elusive due to its subterranean lifestyle. The Mary Man is a geoglyph located near Mary, South Australia, measuring over 4 kilometers in length. First reported in 1998, its precise creation method and authorship remain unidentified. Aerial surveys and satellite imagery confirm its scale and preservation in remote arid terrain. The jellyfish galaxy refers to a morphological classification of galaxies undergoing ram pressure stripping within a galaxy cluster. As the galaxy traverses the intracluster medium, interstellar gas is removed and trails behind the core in filamentous structures. These gaseous tails often exhibit active star formation, forming extended emission regions resembling jellyfish appendages, and serve as key indicators of environmental effects in dense galactic environments. The Black Sea deluge hypothesis proposes a rapid Mediterranean flood via the Bosporus about 7,600 years ago. While early evidence suggested dramatic salinization and shoreline change, recent research indicates a more gradual rise, with modest impact. Submerged settlements show environmental shifts, but debate persists over whether this inspired grand regional flood legends. The Langkawi Sky Bridge is a curved pedestrian cable-stayed bridge located atop Gunung Mat Cincang in Malaysia. Suspended from a single inclined pylon and situated at an elevation of approximately 700 meters above sea level, the bridge spans 125 meters. Its engineering utilizes a triangular layout for torsional stability and is considered a benchmark in high-altitude, single-pylon footbridge construction. The 1991 eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines released approximately 20 million tons of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere. This resulted in the formation of a global sulfate aerosol layer, causing a measurable reduction in average global temperature of approximately 0.5 degrees Celsius over the following year. The event is among the most significant volcanic-induced climate disruptions of the 20th century. The Hypatia stone, discovered in Western Egypt in 1996, contains micromineral inclusions with isotopic and structural compositions not found in terrestrial or known meteoritic materials. Researchers propose that the stone may contain presolar grains or represent a fragment of interstellar material formed outside the solar nebula. Ongoing analyses focus on its carbon-dominated matrix and high concentrations of exotic compounds. The sea pen, belonging to the order Pennatulaceae within the phylum Cnidaria, is a colonial marine invertebrate anchored to soft sediment substrates. It comprises multiple zooids with specialized functions, including polyps for feeding and reproduction. Bioluminescent responses and water flow sensitivity have made this group a model for studying colonial integration and benthic biodiversity. The olinguido was formally identified as a distinct species in 2013 by Christopher Helgen and colleagues at the Smithsonian Institution. Native to the Andean cloud forests of Colombia and Ecuador, it is the smallest member of the Procyon family. The species was previously misclassified due to morphological similarity with the olingo, highlighting challenges in neotropical mammalian taxonomy. The Hessdalen lights in Norway are unexplained atmospheric phenomena involving floating orbs and flashes. Observed for decades, they remain unaccounted for, with hypotheses ranging from combustion of airborne elements to piezoelectric effects from tectonic stress. The Yarkovsky effect is a force acting on rotating asteroids caused by uneven thermal radiation. Over long periods, it can significantly alter an asteroid's orbit, a key factor in planetary defense calculations and space mission planning. The Cueva de los Cristales in Mexico contains gypsum crystals up to 12 meters long, among the largest natural crystals ever found. Formed in hydrothermal cavities beneath the Nika mine, they require constant climate control to prevent decay. The Dendera light hypothesis originates from a relief found in the Hathor Temple at Dendera, Egypt. The image depicts a serpent emerging from a lotus flower held within an oval structure. While mainstream Egyptology interprets the carving as a symbolic representation of creation mythology, speculative theories suggest it may represent electrical apparatus. No archaeological or textual evidence supports the technological interpretation. Sea spiders, or pycnogonids, are marine arthropods classified in the class Pycnogonida. Their internal anatomy is highly reduced, with some physiological systems, such as gonads and portions of the digestive tract, extending into the legs. Certain species lack a dedicated respiratory system and rely on passive diffusion through a permeable cuticle for gas exchange, reflecting extreme morphological adaptation to benthic environments. The giant African pouched rat has been trained for scent detection tasks, including identifying buried landmines and diagnosing tuberculosis through sputum analysis. Its olfactory capabilities, combined with a body mass insufficient to trigger explosive devices, have enabled successful deployment by organizations such as APOPO in mine-clearing operations across Angola, Mozambique, and Cambodia. The ancient Egyptian civil calendar consisted of 360 days divided into 12 30-day months, followed by an additional 5 epagomenal days. Due to the absence of leap year correction, the calendar drifted approximately 1 day every 4 years relative to the solar year. This drift eventually desynchronized agricultural and religious festivals from seasonal markers, necessitating periodic reform in ritual observances. Initial hypotheses on tardigrade cryptobiosis emphasized trehalose-mediated vitrification as the key preservation mechanism. However, subsequent genomic and proteomic analyses revealed that certain species, such as Rhamazodius varioornatus, do not utilize trehalose. Instead, they synthesize intrinsically disordered proteins that vitrify cellular components, forming an amorphous solid that protects biological structures under extreme desiccation and ionizing radiation. The Baigong Pipes, located near Mount Baigong in Qinghai Province, China, are iron-rich cylindrical formations embedded in sandstone. While occasionally cited in pseudo-archaeological claims of ancient technological artifacts, geochemical and mineralogical analyses indicate their formation resulted from natural ferric precipitation and diagenesis processes, possibly facilitated by groundwater movement and bacterial mediation in sedimentary environments. In traditional Chinese medicine, yin deficiency denotes a pathophysiological pattern associated with symptoms such as heat sensations, dryness, insomnia, and tachycardia. Though framed within a non-empirical cosmological framework, several symptom clusters under Yin Shu overlap with modern diagnoses involving sympathetic nervous system activation, thermoregulatory disorders, or endocrine imbalances. The Troxler effect, described by Ignaz Paul Vital Troxler in 1804, is a neurovisual phenomenon in which stationary peripheral stimuli fade from conscious perception during sustained fixation on a central focal point. The effect is attributed to lateral inhibition and adaptive filtering within the visual cortex, illustrating limitations in continuous sensory processing and attentional prioritization. Bach globules are dense molecular clouds composed primarily of hydrogen gas and dust, typically 1 to 10 solar masses in size. Identified by Bart Bach in the 1940s, they appear as opaque regions within emission nebulae. These structures are frequent sites of low-mass star formation and are studied via infrared and millimeter wavelength observations for insights into stellar birth environments. The Mexican mole lizard is a burrowing reptile classified within the Amphisbaenia clade. It possesses 2 well-developed forelimbs used for excavation and a highly elongated body adapted for fossorial locomotion. Its segmented appearance and reduced eyes reflect evolutionary convergence with caecilians and other subterranean vertebrates. Native to the Baja California Peninsula, it remains a subject of comparative anatomy and phylogenetic studies. The pencil urchin represents one of the most primitive extant members of the class Echinoidea. Its robust, blunt spines and anatomical features are considered phylogenetically basal, offering insight into early echinoderm morphology. Fossil evidence and molecular data place this lineage near the base of modern urchin diversification, making it important for evolutionary and developmental studies in marine invertebrates. Madidi National Park in Bolivia spans from the lowland Amazon rainforest up to the snowy peaks of the Andes. This range of elevation supports extraordinary biodiversity. With over 11,000 plant species and hundreds of endemic animals, it's currently considered the most biologically diverse protected area on Earth. The park's varied ecosystems make it a valuable site for long-term ecological and climate-related research. The bola spider uses a unique method to catch prey. Instead of building a web, it mimics the scent of female moths by releasing chemical pheromones. Male moths are attracted to the signal, at which point the spider captures them using a sticky blob of silk swung on a thread. It can adjust its scent each night to match whichever moth species is active in the area. Graptolites were colonial marine organisms that lived during the Paleozoic era. Their remains often appear as saw blade-like imprints in shale, dating from around 500 to 400 million years ago. Because their species evolved rapidly and were widely distributed, graptolite fossils are used as index fossils to precisely date sedimentary rock layers in marine geology. The giant golden-crowned flying fox, found in the Philippines, is one of the world's largest bats, with a wingspan reaching up to 1.7 meters. It feeds entirely on fruit and plays a key ecological role as a pollinator and seed disperser in island rainforests. Its conservation is closely tied to preserving the forest ecosystems it helps sustain. Nazca boobies, native to the Galapagos Islands, typically raise only one chick. The parents lay 2 eggs, but the older chick consistently kills the younger shortly after hatching. This behavior, known as obligate siblicide, is believed to be an evolutionary adaptation to uncertain food conditions, ensuring that at least one offspring survives during periods of scarcity. Roughly 300 million years ago, during the late Carboniferous period, Earth's vast tropical rainforests underwent a collapse. Climate changes reduced global humidity, fragmenting swampy forest habitats. This led to a decline in large amphibians and opened ecological space for reptiles, which were better suited to the drier conditions that followed. The Byblos syllabary is an undeciphered writing system discovered in modern-day Lebanon. Inscriptions using this script date back to the 2nd millennium BCE and appear to represent a phonetic way of writing, possibly related to early Semitic languages. Unlike Egyptian or Phoenician scripts, it has no known deciphered relatives, and its purpose remains unclear. The zebra duiker is a small antelope species found in the forests of West Africa. It has black stripes across its reddish-brown body and a slightly arched back. Unlike other antelopes, it often lives alone and roots around for fallen fruits using its snout, a behavior more commonly associated with pigs than with hoofed animals. The mushroom Amanita muscaria, with its red cap and white spots, has been used in Siberian shamanic rituals for its psychoactive effects. Ethnobotanical records report that its hallucinogenic compounds pass through the body largely unchanged, and in some communities, people consume the urine of someone already intoxicated to experience the effects a second time. Sea otters survive cold ocean waters using fur rather than fat. Their fur is the densest of any mammal, with up to 1 million hairs per square inch. These hairs trap layers of insulating air close to the skin, allowing sea otters to stay warm without blubber. Maintaining this fur requires frequent grooming to preserve its insulating properties. Edgerine is a dark green to black mineral composed of sodium and iron silicate. It forms in igneous and metamorphic rocks, especially in alkaline volcanic environments. Its long, narrow crystal shape and distinctive coloration make it useful in identifying the geochemical conditions of ancient rock formations during geological surveys. The Moraki boulders on New Zealand's Otago coast are large, nearly spherical concretions. They formed over millions of years as minerals accumulated around a core in sedimentary rock. Some are over 2 meters in diameter. Maori tradition tells stories about these stones as remnants of canoe cargo, a cultural layer added to a slow geological process. The blue button, Porpita porpita, floats on the ocean surface but is not a jellyfish. It's a colonial organism made up of many tiny individuals called zooids that work together as one unit. It uses a gas-filled disc to stay afloat and catches prey with stinging tentacles. Though delicate in appearance, it's well adapted to life at the surface of tropical seas. The Tristan da Cunha archipelago is the most isolated inhabited island group on the planet. Located in the South Atlantic Ocean, over 2,000 kilometers from the nearest continental landmass. Its remoteness has led to a small population with shared ancestry and a limited number of family names. Genetic studies and local records reflect how long-term isolation can shape both social and biological patterns in small communities. The Diomede Islands, separated by only 4 kilometers in the Bering Strait, lie on opposite sides of the international date line. Big Diomede belongs to Russia, while Little Diomede is part of the United States. Despite their proximity, the islands are divided by both time and politics. One exists in today, the other in tomorrow. Their geography illustrates how geopolitical borders sometimes intersect in surprisingly narrow spaces. Meridus volans, commonly called the peacock spider, is a small Australian arachnid known for its intricate mating display. The male raises colorful flaps and performs a rhythmic dance while producing vibrations. If the female responds negatively, she may attack. This behavior reflects selective mating strategies seen across species, but with unusually elaborate movement for an arthropod only a few millimeters long. The Ural pictograms are large prehistoric rock carvings found in the Ural Mountains of Russia. Dating back to around 4000 BCE, they depict boats, humans, and geometric shapes. These images, etched along river cliffs, are considered among the earliest known large-scale petroglyphs in Eurasia. Their meaning remains uncertain, but they offer insight into symbolic communication in ancient northern communities. The Great Serpent Mound in Ohio is a prehistoric earthwork that stretches over 400 meters in a winding, snake-like form. Its head aligns with the setting sun during the summer solstice. Though its exact builders remain uncertain, it is often attributed to indigenous cultures such as the Adena or Fort Ancient. The mound reflects an early integration of landscape, astronomy, and cultural symbolism. Diaphanization is a technique used in biological research to render animal specimens transparent while staining their bones and cartilage in color. Developed in the early 20th century, it allows detailed study of internal anatomy without dissection. The method is especially useful in comparative embryology and is often used to prepare specimens for museum education and display. Anomalocaris, a marine animal from the Cambrian period, had highly complex compound eyes with over 16,000 lenses. These visual systems were likely among the most advanced of their time, enabling the animal to detect motion and light with great precision. This capability supported its role as an active predator in oceans over 500 million years ago. Devil's Tower in northeastern Wyoming is a natural igneous formation that rose through sedimentary rock and cooled into tall, hexagonal columns. The rock type is phonolite porphyry, and the structure is thought to have formed during the Paleogene period. In 1906, it was designated as the first United States national monument, reflecting early conservation efforts based on geological interest. Southern China's karst sinkholes are deep vertical pits formed by the erosion of soluble limestone. Some of these depressions reach depths over 200 meters and contain isolated forests at the bottom. These environments host unique species of plants and animals that have evolved with limited outside contact, making them natural laboratories for studying ecological separation and adaptation. Agagropala linnaeae, often called marimo or lake balls, are spherical algae that grow by rolling on lake beds in gentle currents. Their symmetrical form results from this continuous motion. They occur naturally in a few cold freshwater lakes, such as Lake Akan in Japan and Lake Mývatn in Iceland, and are culturally significant in some regions as symbols of good fortune and longevity. The pig-nosed turtle lives in northern Australia and southern New Guinea. It is the only living representative of its family and has distinctive flipper-like limbs, a leathery shell, and a flexible, pig-like snout. Unlike most freshwater turtles, it shares physical traits with marine species, and its evolutionary lineage dates back to the Cretaceous period. The deep scattering layer refers to daily vertical migrations by marine organisms such as fish, shrimp, and zooplankton. These animals ascend toward the surface at night and descend during the day, forming dense layers that reflect sonar. In early submarine operations, this phenomenon was mistakenly identified as the ocean floor. It represents one of the planet's largest daily movements of biomass. The Stenocara beetle of the Namib Desert collects drinking water from fog. Its hardened shell is covered in small bumps that trap moisture from morning fog, directing droplets into its mouth. This adaptation allows the beetle to survive in a region that receives less than 15 millimeters of rainfall per year. It illustrates how life adjusts to extreme scarcity. The Dogon people of Mali have long included celestial bodies in their cultural knowledge, including Sirius B, a white dwarf star not visible without a telescope. While some have suggested ancient awareness of binary star systems, most scholars consider this a result of modern influence during 20th century ethnographic studies. The story remains an example of how scientific ideas can enter traditional beliefs. Feather stars are marine animals in the crinoid class, related to sea stars and sea urchins. They use feathery arms to capture plankton from passing water currents. Although many crinoids are stationary, feather stars can swim by rhythmically moving their arms. This ability is rare among echinoderms and allows them to reposition in reef environments or escape disturbance. The Almagest, compiled by Claudius Ptolemy in the 2nd century CE, presented a detailed geocentric model of the cosmos. It contained a star catalog of over 1,000 entries and introduced trigonometric methods that remained influential through the Islamic Golden Age and into medieval Europe. Though its central premise was later revised, its mathematical framework endured for centuries. Ophiolite complexes are geological formations where sections of oceanic crust have been pushed onto continental land by tectonic collisions. These sites often contain deep-sea rocks, such as basalt, gabbro, and ultramafic mantle materials. Studying ophiolites allows geologists to examine ancient oceanic processes without deep-sea drilling, offering a rare glimpse into Earth's internal dynamics. The lobed comb jelly is a marine species that consumes large quantities of zooplankton. It was introduced into the Black Sea during the 1980s, likely through ballast water from ships. With few natural predators in the region, its population expanded rapidly, disrupting food chains and contributing to the collapse of local fisheries. Its spread is now closely monitored in other seas. The Karakoram anomaly describes a pattern in which some glaciers in the Karakoram mountain range, part of the greater Himalayas, have remained stable or grown slightly over recent decades. This contrasts with global trends of glacial retreat. Researchers link this behavior to specific atmospheric conditions, including changes in snowfall and regional wind circulation, rather than to global temperature averages alone. That's all 363 facts. If even one made you think, smile, or see the world differently, mission complete. If you want more like this, you know what to do. See you in the next one.